Very good. Okay, thank you very much. Having set yourself up, if I can then introduce you to the inquiry. Your name is Catherine Morgan Schofield Ellensfield, is that right? You have a Bachelor of Science degree with dual honours in Landscape Design and Ecology, is that correct?
It is.
And a postgraduate diploma in Landscape Architecture, both awarded from the University of Sheffield, is that right?
It is.
You're a Fellow of the Landscape Institute, is that right?
Yes.
And you've been a Chartered Landscape Architect since 2011, is that correct?
Yes.
You hold an Associate Certificate in Environmental Management, is that right?
I do.
You're a practitioner member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, is that right?
Yes.
And you're an approved Building with Nature Assessor, is that correct?
I am.
Good. You hold the position of Associate Landscape Architect in the Birmingham office of the Pegasus Group, and they undertake a wide range of work which you set out there. You explain some of the work you've been involved in. You say recent expert witness work at 1.4 includes successful appeal in relation to a solar energy development on land at Carr Lane, Winterton, North Lincolnshire, and residential development on behalf of the local authority for land at Linford Lakes, Wolverton Road, Great Linford, in Milton Keynes. Is that right?
It is.
Good, thank you very much. And then you set out your declaration there. Thank you very much indeed. Right, well, the starting point, I think, for the purpose of this evidence in chief, roughly about 30 minutes, 45 minutes, so that's okay, is just to describe the nature of the green wedge features in this area, please.
The green wedge along the west and the east. Yeah, there is. There is a. Yeah.
It drops.
Shall I switch this off and on again?
Yours on?
It's on now, yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Richards is... No, because I think that's your magic trick, isn't it? That if that one's on, we don't get the hump. So I'm going with the Richards approach. Okay. Let me start that again. The question I'm asking is really in terms of the nature of the green wedge fringes in this location.
If we're looking at the east and the western fringes of the green wedge, along the western fringes to Chaddeston and Acorn Way, there is quite a strong continuous...
Sorry, I'm really sorry. I can't keep pressing that. It could, the IT people, have a look.
No problem.
Just a few minutes, 5 minutes. Check over the IT.
Have you got a mobile phone close on you?
No, it's
over there. Okay.
on the bench there.
Turn that off and see what happens.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, I can hear it too.
That's with me putting mine on. Seems to. It does at this moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like if you have two on, disappear. So what you need to do is, if you turn yours off,
Yep.
and then you turn yours on, that will have two on. Is yours on? Yeah.
It's
have
on.
two on, and you on the screen rather than listening up.
I think so. Well, I can still hear intermittent.
Yeah, there's definitely an echo or something that's causing it to sort of loop back round. The speaker. Okay. There's a suggestion from the councillor there to turn the speakers down.
The speaker's in here,
Yeah.
rather than the speaker's online.
This is just what you want when you're about to give evidence. Yeah. Don't know why I ran.
Yeah.
And Hugh, thank you for asking, because I think that's the most inappropriate question an advocate can ask. Yeah, but everybody should always have what I've heard people.
We'll adjourn formally until 10:20, and hopefully we'll have an update as to when the We're hopeful that the speaker issues have been resolved, and so we can obviously crack on with Ms Ellensfield's evidence. I'll return to you, Mr Young.
Thank you very much indeed. For the third time of asking then, may I ask your views on the nature of the green wedge fringes in this location?
Yes, indeed. On the western boundary of the green wedge, it is defined by the consistent vegetation along the edge of Chaddeston. On the eastern side, of which the site adjoins, is slightly more organic in nature by comparison. So it doesn't necessarily form the same strongly linear pattern that the western boundary does, and it comprises a variety of adjoining land uses to that edge.
When you say organic, just to help everybody in the room, I'm imagining I'm in the supermarket and I'm choosing which type of banana I want. What do you mean by organic?
So on the western edge is Acorn Way, and that is bound by hedgerows and trees to both sides, and it creates a consistent, even edge to Chaddeston on that west side. By comparison, on the eastern side, there are a variety of manners in which the settlement edge addresses the adjoining land. So in as much as the settlement edge itself is not straight and consistent, there are variations in terms of how far east and west that the relationship between the settlement edge and the adjoining land varies in terms of how it presents.
Yeah, so Acorn Way effectively provides a uniform, clear boundary, which is then behind which lies Chaddeston, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then as it was agreed yesterday, certainly in the vicinity of the site, we've got a very large open field.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Once you get to the farm buildings and the complex of other buildings and structures, and I think it's a cattery and a kennels and so on. Once you get to that point, beyond there, it's more eclectic. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Just so I'm clear about that, I mean, we've got a number of features there. We went through them yesterday around the site. What you're saying by virtue of your description is, you know, it's got these different features and these different relationships with development and at different depth in terms of the gap. That's all on the eastern side.
Yes, so comparing the eastern side and the western side in the vicinity of the site, putting it in contrasting terms, taking it fairly plainly. Yep. On the west side, the field pattern is more open, visually. The field scale on the west is different to that on the east, which is a smaller scale structure. And on the eastern side, there are a variety of elements. So there's the covered reservoir, the small area of woodland that was touched upon yesterday, the school playing field. So there are a variety of different land uses that, and the secondary school, that contribute to a differing character looking at the east compared to the west of the Green Wedge.
Okay, now that becomes important when we think about the core strategy. We were looking at this yesterday in terms of the Green Wedge policy, CP18, and the questions about policy are ultimately for Mr. Lees, and then a matter of legal submissions. But in considering, as we did yesterday, Part K, which is the bit that says seek to ensure that where urban extensions occur, the principle of the Green Wedge itself will continue, to what extent does the continued existence of that western half, the western part, the western large field, how does that, half isn't the right word, what do I mean? I mean, the element that is, you've been describing, how does that relate to a test that says whether the principle of a green wedge will continue?
I think taking into consideration the matter of openness forming part of the characteristic of a green wedge, the western fields that I've described respond most closely to that, and I think that is part of one of the I would assume part of one of the factors that contributes to the manner in which the axis was identified for this particular green wedge, which, in addition to running along the Lees Brook, which is east and west, with greatest relevance to our site, the axis that runs north-south directly down the green wedge passes across those fields in the west, albeit it is as I've highlighted in my brief, it is an arbitrary line in as much as it's a straight line from point to point. It's trying to demonstrate the principle of a key axis of the green wedge. But for all intents and purposes, that axis runs through those portions, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you know, an obvious question it may be put to you is, well, look, you're building on the green wedge, you're going to reduce the green wedge, you're going to reduce it by the extent of the development, all of which I think you accept. But perhaps the key question, particularly in light of the policy, which is for Mr. Lees, is will a green wedge remain in this location recognisable in distinguishing Spondon from Chaddeston? And what's your view of that?
In my opinion, the function of the functions of the green wedge can be retained following delivery of the proposed development in this location.
And why is that? What would you invite the inspector to rely upon to have confidence in your conclusion that the function of the green wedge can be retained? My evidence has examined the green wedge from two angles, obviously in the context of landscape character and visual resources, but it's examined it nevertheless from two angles. One, from the perspective of the functions of the Chaddeston and Spondon green wedge as identified in Derby City Council's green wedge review, and also in the context of the Eastleigh criteria to ensure that we have given it thorough consideration, both in terms of accepted criteria and in terms of Derby's own criteria, to make sure that we have presented a development that seeks to respond as effectively as possible to the green wedge. Yeah, I mean, the Eastleigh criteria are quite interesting. As the local plan inspector, for those that don't know, I've done appeals in Eastleigh for huge developments. This client, in fact, 600 houses, I think. Eastleigh is basically covered in gaps in all the areas where there isn't development. So the inspector said, well, you can't have this. You're not meeting your housing needs, so let's look at how we can accommodate development within green wedges. And those criteria which you deal with in your proof of evidence, there's nothing to counter that from the council, there's no rebuttal evidence or anything. The way you've approached that is to look at the criteria that local plan inspector adopted in the context of the council being required to address housing need. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and therefore you're making decisions not on the basis that all of the green wedges or green spaces need to be built upon, but you're choosing effectively the land that is most appropriate, yes?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. What the criteria do is not say, well, you can build over all green wedge or similar type designations. It's a criteria that helps identify the most suitable locations. Is that right?
I would agree with that. It helps direct the analysis.
Good. Okay, so you've described the wedge in this location. You've described the distinction between the east and west. I'm sure the inspector will observe that on site. Can I move to a second topic then, which is the landscape and visual effects of the proposal, in effect? Could I have your views on that?
Yes, without repeating the conclusions of the LVIA, the submitted LVIA at length, the landscape and visual effects were, in summary, contained and limited both in terms of magnitude and extent. That the impact assessment sought to examine the wider landscape and visual context of the scheme, and identified a number of viewpoints and receptors that were representative of receptors that may have views of the scheme, and the character areas which may potentially be subject to impacts. And the conclusions of that LVIA were that the extent of those would be limited.
Yeah, I mean, of course, one adopts the language you need to as a professional member of the Landscape Institute and follow the methodology. But in common sense terms, the conclusion you reach is it's the visual and landscape impacts are contained, you just said, and limited in terms of both magnitude and extent. And I think we all can understand what that means, but just help us with the magnitude and the extent. What are those two separate factors?
So what the appraisal found was that when examining, if we first just take visual, when examining where views might be possible from, and the receptors within those areas that might be subject to any effects, it was identified that looking at the various landscape features and the nature of the landscape and its character, so looking at aspects such as topography, vegetation, settlement and built form distribution, that many of these factors combined, and this includes successive features within the landscape as you're at increasing distances from the site, serve to provide either visual screening or visual enclosure of the site at increasing distances, which reduced the extent to which you might be able to view the proposed development within the landscape. Obviously, the LVIA identified that receptors at closest proximity to the site would be more likely to have views of the site, but even looking at those, the number of receptors remained limited and contained in terms of their extent, i.e. distance from the site and prevalence of those. And in terms of the magnitude, that is an expression of the change that would be anticipated to those views as a result of the proposed development. So, for example, taking receptors along that footpath, there is an existing hedge along the footpath, between the footpath and the site. Opportunities for views through to the site are limited by virtue of gaps in vegetation along there, and the proposed development seeks to deliver public open space and planting in the south of the site, which provides an offset between proposed development and that footpath and helps filter views in terms of the actual nature of the views themselves. So all of those aspects together contribute to the overall level of effects that are reported. Yeah,
I mean, in terms of articulating those points in cross-examination yesterday to the councillor, I put to him, and he accepted, that there was built development on all four sides around this development, around this site. So we've got the residential developments to the east, we've got the brutalist water tower to the north, we've got the complex of buildings at the cattery and kennels and all the barns and residential properties to the west, and then the school to the south. Do you agree that the built structures, first of all, I'll come on to vegetation in a minute, the built structures are relevant to that conclusion about this site being contained with limited impact in terms of magnitude and extent?
Yes, I would agree with that. All of those elements do contribute. Looking at that in landscape character terms, we would be looking at the manner in which the settlement edge is formed, but that we'd be looking at the manner in which the settlement edge is formed, but it would also be relevant that there is also built form on the west of the site also. Yeah, and
it was suggested, and it wasn't disagreed with, that it really made the site unique. Certainly in the context of Derby, Council haven't identified any other site where this was evident at this sort of scale. How unusual in your experience is it to have a site coming forward where we've got built development on four sides, and in particular that outer western side with built development beyond our site there?
Not very common.
Good. Okay, and that's across all that. You know, I've asked about the uniqueness of the green wedge. That hasn't been contested, but you're saying from your experience as a landscape architect, looking at all sites, you know, green wedge, landscape, green belt, and it's an unusual feature.
Yes, just looking at the site in and of itself, regardless of any policy context, that it is not a common occurrence to have that set of circumstances.
And that obviously is important for the inspector, because the council have raised precedent. Mr. Richards raised that in his opening, so the inspector's got to ask himself or address that question, and he's being told it's not very common by you, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's the buildings. We've also got the vegetation. To what extent does that influence the containment and limitation of the magnitude and extent of development on this site?
It contributes both to the physical and the visual containment of the site. There is a distinct interplay between the two, simply because vegetation in and of itself, particularly structural vegetation, so looking at woodland blocks, continuous hedgerows, groups of trees, so on and so forth, they provide physical containment to the site, but they also provide, they can also contribute to visual containment to the site by screening the site, and the manner and the degree to which the containment, the efficacy of that containment depends upon individual circumstances of each site and how they interplay with factors such as topography, which is an advantage particularly in the southern part of the site.
Okay, so the topography, obviously you made reference to the site itself. In terms of what you say about the vegetation, you were saying it has the ability to do that. Does it do it here? To what extent is vegetation on this site helping to create that limited extent and magnitude and the containment?
It contributes in two different ways, in fact. It contributes in terms of when the visual analysis is undertaken, elements such as vegetation will, including in this case, provide a degree of screening into the site. Yeah. And that's evident all around the site. So including the footpath from the north and south, is that the presence of vegetation, both immediate and at short distance, provides, or rather I should say, it reduces the opportunities for direct views into the site. So in some cases, the nature of the view into the site would be glimpses between or beyond vegetation, because direct views into the site may not be possible because of the screening effects of vegetation. The second part to that is that the ability of vegetation in and around a site also provides the opportunity for screening of the development or reduction in visibility by virtue of presenting the opportunity for enhancements within that site and strengthening those vegetative features through delivery of the development as part of the overall green infrastructure framework.
Okay, so take those two elements together, all the buildings on four sides, the vegetation as well, together with the topography, because there's a lot more development in the southern part of the site. The top northern field is the orchard and the open space. Collectively, though, those elements, what is their overall impact?
Could you?
Yeah, you take
clarify?
Topography, the specifics of the topography,
Yes.
vegetation, and the built development around the site. Collectively, how significant are they to the ability to accommodate development on this site with a limiting the impact on the green wedge?
The manner in which the development has been distributed in the site, in my opinion, demonstrates a direct response to the landscape elements evident on the site as existing. So, for example, the situation or focus of green infrastructure and open space on the highest parts of the site, reduce the potential visibility of the development as seen within the contextual area. It also allows the development to be closely associated with the existing settlement edge, and it also positions elements of green infrastructure and open space closest to the wider countryside beyond to the north. So it's situating development and open space in a way that is sympathetic to the surrounding context of the site.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about the presence of the schools, because immediately to the south we've got the primary school. Mr. Richards' point yesterday was you don't have the buildings against the footpath at the southern edge of our site. You know, you've got their open space first, and then you've got the buildings. But then you've got some houses which extend into, I think, the narrowest part of the gap, and then you've got the secondary school beyond that as well. What does the presence of the schools mean and their impact?
Could you explain what you mean by what do they mean?
Yeah. What is the relevance of the schools to the discussion we're having about the green wedge?
What some of the analysis in the landscape proof provides is a description of the site's context, and that includes the existing features and character of the green wedge in which the site is situated. It's important to note that there are school buildings in close proximity to the south of the site, albeit these might not be immediately adjoining the boundary, because that helps to understand and interpret the context in which the site sits and the character of the local landscape that both it sits in and that it is seeking to respond to. So part of that is the built form, how that is situated, and how that relates to the site. So, for example, the secondary school is situated on a localised ridge of high ground. To describe it in crude terms, the landform starts from highest ground locally at the reservoir. It then slopes down approximately to where the footpath is on the southern boundary. There is a slight rise to where the secondary school is, and then it continues to fall towards to the south. That school is situated on that localised ridge, as I just described, that role in the landscape. And what that does is that serves to provide some of that visual and physical containment that's evident within the landscape within immediate proximity of the site.
Okay, and in terms of cumulative impact, what's the position, please? First of all, where is the current narrowest gap?
Right, the current narrowest gap at the moment across the green wedge is between the development, existing residential development on West Road on the eastern side, and that will be taking the shortest route between there and Acorn Way would be 295 metres. I think it was mentioned circa 300 yesterday.
All right. There's houses on the north side of West Road, aren't there? So you're taking that from the near, effectively, the end property. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. About 300 metres, 295. We're obviously not in that gap. We're in an area where the development is a lot further to the east. But with our development coming forward, if the inspector were to allow the appeal, does that produce, well, what is the effect then in terms of
Could you describe what you mean by effect?
Yeah, so what I mean is, if that's the narrowest bit,
Yes.
Acorn Way to the end property on West Road, we're obviously not building in that gap, are we?
We are not.
No. We are further north.
Yes.
We are putting development in an area which is much wider.
Yes.
What's the overall consequence in terms of the width then with our development?
Right, so following delivery of development, the gap at that particular point, taking the built form parameters, the development at the narrowest point would, by our measurements, be 287 metres. It is also worth noting that that distance varies. It's not a consistent, continuous 200. That would be the very narrowest point because there is variation. So at some points it's wider than that, but that would be the narrowest point.
Yeah, now that is a distance we can see, which is almost identical to the existing narrowest gap. The difference between the two, I think, is 8 metres. I don't know whether friends can see you on that point. That's around about, well, that's less than 3%. To enjoy maths. So, is in effect our proposal narrowing the gap between?
In terms of the function of the green wedge, no, I don't believe it is.
No. Are we producing to any material degree, a narrower gap than already exists?
No, I don't believe we are.
If the council accepts and embraces the concept of a green wedge in this location by virtue of an existing gap between the settlements of just shy of 300 metres, and that would still exist as a consequence of post-development of that proposal, then how acceptable against the council's own approach is the idea of a 300 metre gap? How acceptable do the council appear to judge it if that is the existing gap already? Does it give a credible green wedge?
I believe that the function of the green wedge as currently exists would continue to exist following delivery of this proposed development.
And then, can I just ask you, please, about the schools? You haven't actually measured or referred to the gap between the secondary school and Acorn Way, because you, I think, followed the principles of the Eastleigh criteria, and that is to exclude development that is in the Green Wedge, such as the school.
That's correct. The evidence has attempted to interpret the Eastleigh criteria as faithfully as possible.
Yeah, so you've taken where there's existing residential between Spondon and Jenston, and then you've looked at our proposal, which is residential between Spondon. The schools, nevertheless, are there and are a feature in the Green Gap. Do you accept there's a different nature of those? Schools have a different, present in a different way to residential development.
Present how?
What I mean is the visual impact of a school. Do you accept that's different from the visual impact of a housing proposal?
Yes.
Yeah. The primary school is the school that's nearest, and we can see it's in the open space. The secondary school you've described as being effectively on the ridge line. How substantial are the buildings at the secondary school?
In the simplest of terms, they're two-storey buildings. By comparison with the primary school, that would be one-storey.
Yeah. And the bulk of secondary school buildings, what's the bulk and mass of them?
A much larger footprint.
Are any of the buildings being proposed on our client site of the same bulk and mass and footprint as these?
No, they'll be residential in nature.
Okay, next then, please, the Green Wedge penetration. You talked about the character of the east and west. The axis, though, you referred to that. What do you mean by that, and what's the relevance of the axis?
In the Council's Green Wedge review, as part of the analysis presented for each of their green wedges, they have identified an axis, and the axis, I mentioned in my proof, there isn't a specific analysis or description of the Spondon-Chaddeston axis within that green wedge review. So part of the analysis I've presented within the proof is my interpretation of what the axis represents. Yeah. But as we mentioned earlier, there is a difference in terms of the visual penetration and perception of character along the axis, which primarily follows, in simple terms, the sort of the western portion of that green wedge compared to the eastern.
Finally then, please, in terms of Acorn Way, again, you talked about that in terms of the east-west comparisons. Any observations about Acorn Way?
Yes. I think there are several key differences between the Acorn Way site and this site. Firstly, it is in the south-west corner, if you will, of the green wedge. Our site, by comparison, is on the eastern edge of the green wedge. And some of the key differences between the two sites were quite succinctly expressed within the appeal decision for Acorn Way, which I've identified for the proof, but for the benefit of this discussion, I think we can probably boil those down to the fact that one of the key contributing factors of the Acorn Way site was its adjoinment with the Acorn Way, which, as I've previously identified, is well vegetated and is seen as part of one of the features that helps define the edge of Chaddeston in that location, and the Acorn Way scheme would have had to breach that vegetation and therefore penetrate that boundary, if you were along there. It was also noted that due to the position of the Acorn Way site and how that was situated within the green wedge, that the fact that there was intervisibility between the settled edge of Derby and that site, that was a key contributor in terms of it's a key contributing factor in terms of the way that portion of the green wedge performed. So it was almost because of, rather than in spite of, the development around the site, that meant that maintaining that openness of the site was one of the standing features that conveyed that sense of separation between Chaddeston and Spondon, and therefore it's maintaining that sense of openness was key in that particular portion of the green wedge. That compares with our site, for example, which for a variety of factors that we've previously that I've previously described, the site is well contained, and it doesn't have the same intervisibility with the wider green wedge and between Chaddeston and Spondon in the same way that the Acorn Way site does.
Okay. It may be worth just having a look at the Derby green wedge study just on this point. CD 9.01, and page 68. That particular appeal site was considered at 15.18 specifically.
Which paragraph? Sorry.
15.18 on page 68.
Thank you.
And in considering Spondon, Chaddeston, the review specifically considered itself with the Acorn Way site, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, and potential housing site has been promoted in the southwest corner of the green wedge. The site is roughly rectangular in shape and is bordered to the north and east by plain fields, to the west by Acorn Way, to the south by residential properties on Derby Road. Land has previously been used for agricultural purposes, etc. Then says at 15.90, the site comprises part of a significant open break within the existing built area. Housing on the site would be prominent and intrusive and would erode the open character of the area, have a significant narrowing effect, resulting in the gradual coalescence of the two. How then is our site different from that, given the conclusions that study?
I think my first point would be that it's noted there that housing would be prominent and intrusive, and I think it's been demonstrated within the landscape and visual impact assessment and agreed within the statement of common ground that this our site, this site, is that is not the case.
Yeah. And in relation to 520, for example, it is Acorn Way forms a strong boundary on the western side of the Green Wedge. Breaking that boundary would create an obvious intrusion into the Green Wedge that would not in Chancellor Spondon such an intrusion damaging to the overall carriage of the Green Wedge. We seeks in place developments against Acorn Way, which is seen as a strong boundary.
We do not.
1521, development of this area, so that appeal site, would also reduce the extent to which the council is able to penetrate the urban area, notably on the western side, this would reduce proximity in relation to the built area of Chester. Now, thinking about people living in that area from that roundabout, their ability to access the Green Wedge would be curtailed. Is that right? This is the urban area of Derby. It would be curtailed by that development, which appears to fill in a substantial amount of the gap and then extend significantly along Acorn Way. We have similar features.
Similar features in terms of
The extent of the development and its proximity immediately adjacent to the edge of Derby with existing residential development appears to be would mean that people in Derby would have further to go to get to the Green Wedge.
I would say no. The access across and to the Green Wedge as existing wouldn't be compromised by the development. That would be retained. If anything, it would be enhanced. But in addition to that, our site isn't extending into an area, if I've interpreted your question correctly, isn't extending into an area that has apparent openness on the north and east. My interpretation of the way in which the site relates to its surrounding context is that it's well related to the existing residential edge, with the reservoir to the north and woodland and the school to the south. So I don't believe that our site's relationship on the edge of the Green Wedge is comparable with the Acorn Way site.
Good. Okay. So there we have it. You've addressed that site. You've drawn your distinction with it. You've highlighted the western part. Anything else to say? That was a proposal for a site which is identified for a capacity of 370 dwellings. What is the difference in scale, please, between our proposal and that one for the 370?
Roughly a quarter.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Those are all my questions.
Should we take a very brief adjournment before we move on with cross-examination just till past?
Yeah.
Thank you. Away, and without further ado, I'll pass to Mr. Richards for cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, good morning still. This is Ellenfield. Your evidence deals with two matters, landscape and visual on the one hand, you told us, and also the green wedge issue on the other hand.
Correct.
And I hope that you understand that the council does not take exception to the appeal proposals on the grounds of its landscape and visual impact.
I do understand that, yes.
And if you need any comfort for that, it's contained in the committee report, isn't it, which you will have read. And for the inspector's note, it's it's section 7.5 on page 17. And were you here yesterday when Councillor Holmes gave evidence?
I was.
And when he told the inspector that, except for anything relating to the green wedge reason for refusal, the committee accepted the other parts of the officer's report?
Yes.
Yeah. So there just isn't an issue between the council and the appellants on traditional landscape and visual impact matters, and therefore I'm not going to ask you any questions about them. I'm just going to ask you questions about the green wedge issues.
Yes.
Okay, good. And you will have understood as a result of your work in this case, if you didn't already understand it, how important and jealously guarded the principle of green wedges are to the people of Derby.
I'm aware of that impression, yes.
Their history goes back some time. They're not a recent construct or invention, are they?
No.
And you will have read something of the history of them, no doubt in the introductory section to the Green Wedge Review, and in the Acorn Way Inspector's decision letter, and in the Local Plan Inspector's report. And both of those inspectors had a few paragraphs on setting out how far back green wedges went and when they were established.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And do you say that in giving an account of the history of the green wedges, either of those inspectors fell into material error? They'd got something wrong or failed to understand something of the historic nature of them?
I would say my focus has been more on the function of the green wedge in the context of the site rather than strict policy.
Yeah, so well, that's fine. Good. I'll ask Mr. Leese the same question. But you're not raising anything about that, about the history of the green wedges and how far back they go.
I'm just purely focused on the function, yes.
I should have said at the start of this cross-examination, you're in the fortunate position that if I ask you something that you think is better suited to be asked to Mr. Lees, you can slope your shoulders. He won't be able to. But I make the point, if you think that something I ask you would be better put to Mr. Lees, then you just tell me and I'll do that.
Noted.
So the last green wedge review was in 2012, and it's contained in the document that we know as core document 9.01.
Correct.
And you're familiar with that document.
I am.
And if we look at figure 1.1 on page 5, and if you're looking on the screen, you can blow it up, but we can see that there are 13 of them.
Correct.
And that they are all round, in effect, the clock face of the city.
Correct.
And they penetrate into the city from the countryside.
Correct.
And they are part of the fabric of the city.
They contribute to the character of the fringes of the city.
I mean, When you're in a green wedge, you're in the city, but you're in a part of the city where the countryside is penetrating into it. Or would you not accept that?
Well, I'm looking at things through the perspective of landscape character and visual amenity, so I probably wouldn't describe it in those terms. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you per se. It's more, obviously, I look at things from a character perspective, so I probably wouldn't describe it like that.
And the last green wedge review was, if we look at chapter 19, we can see what the authors of the green wedge were doing in their conclusion section. We can see, first of all, at paragraph 19.3, when the green wedges were first defined, consideration was given to the exact extent of the boundaries to ensure that only land necessary to the primary role and function of the green wedge was included within the protected area. On this basis, it's accepted that virtually all of the land still plays an important role, with only very minor amendments potentially required. So that's the starting point. But then, at 19.4, the review, that's this review, has assessed all of the potential development sites that have been promoted within each of the green wedges and identified. So pausing there, that's why we got a description and a special section on Acon Way, for example,
Yes.
in the Chadstone and Spondon green wedge chapter, because that was being promoted, actively promoted.
At the time, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the inspector will see when he dips into other parts of the green wedge review, there were other sites in other parts of the, in other green wedges that were also being promoted.
No doubt.
Yeah. But in this green wedge, only the Acorn Way site was actively being promoted at that time.
At this time, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I
So then we
understand.
read on in 19.4. So it's looked at the promoted site and it's identified where there may be some development potential without prejudicing the principle of the green wedge. So, in other words, the authors of the Green Wedge Review were looking at both sites that were being promoted and for sites which were not being promoted, but where there might be potential.
That's how I would interpret
Yeah.
that, yes.
And then 19.5, we start to understand why they were doing that. The NPPF, pausing there, the NPPF was introduced in 2012, and this is a green wedge review in the same year. The NPPF is unequivocal about the need to significantly boost the supply of new housing and states that local planning authorities should ensure that their local plans meet the full objectively assessed needs for market and affordable housing in the housing market area. Assessment of housing need is likely to show significant need being generated within the housing market area, particularly within Derby. It's unlikely that the city will be able to accommodate all of its housing needs within the existing built area. Therefore, there's likely to be a need to release some greenfield land, potentially around the edge of the city and within green wedges. And then in the box at 19.7, the Green Wedge Review has identified that the green wedges could contribute towards meeting housing needs and could potentially accommodate in the region of 2,000 new dwellings without undermining the overriding principles of the green wedges. This is purely based on an assessment of the impacts upon the green wedges. So what the authors have done is to said, we understand that the brave new world of the NPPF means that we need to look particularly closely in this review, not just at sites being promoted by landowners, but at all of the land to see where there is potential for development. That's what the authors are saying, isn't it?
Yes, so it reads, yes.
And then if we rather than go through each green wedge, if we go over the page to page 91, we can see a picture that paints 1,000 words, figure 2.70, summary of assessment of promoted sites. And if we look at the key, we can see that the green wedge is in a light-coloured green, and we can identify where our green wedge is. The green belt is in the darker green, and there is a little bit on the edge of the north of the city, a little bit to the north of our green wedge, and a little bit on the round the corner on the northeastern side of the city. The rest of the green wedge is all over the border into Erewash and places. This also identifies public open space within the city, and there's a little bit of public open space in our green wedge, which is the nature reserve
Correct.
to the west of the school. The city boundary. And then we get promoted sites with potential capacity and promoted sites with no potential capacity. And we can see that in our green wedge, the Acorn Way site is coloured as being the promoted site with no potential capacity, because, to cut a long story short, they didn't like the Acorn Way site.
Yes.
But other sites were promoted where the authors of the study said, yes, we agree, there is potential on that site.
Correct.
And then the yellow land is the area with the most potential and least impact. So that's the land that wasn't being promoted, but which the authors of the study thought had the most potential and the least impact. And so it was the promoted sites with potential capacity and the yellow sites with most potential and least impact that the authors said that, well, that's going to come to around 2,000 houses worth.
I presume that was
so,
it, yes.
Yeah. And then we've got something that hasn't concerned us and won't concern us again, the pink areas of potential extension to the wedge, in one wedge on the eastern side in the middle. So that was the result of the study. And in our green wedge, they were very clear. There is no potential further sites.
At that time, in that study, yes.
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 And that was done in the sure and certain knowledge that the recently introduced MPPF required them to take a different approach to looking for sites in green wedges.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we got to the overall conclusion if we go back and look at our Spondon Chadston green wedge on page 67, sorry, page 63, paragraph 14.41.
One moment, I'll just pull that up.
Say 14.41.
Yes, in the Green Wedge Review on page 63, PDF page 64, internal page 63. Well, in that case, I'm going to check my page references. Right, yes, so, sorry, the Spondon Chadston green wedge starts on page 68 in the PDF, which I think we're all looking at, internally numbered 67, and the overall conclusions are at 15.25. The principle of green wedge in this location should be maintained, and where possible opportunities for enhancement. And then there's a bullet point about the promoted site and why they in effect were rejecting the Acorn Way site, yes. And then lastly, this green wedge is not considered to have any potential capacity for new development from a green wedge perspective. So that's a pretty clear conclusion, having looked at it, that we reject the Acorn Way proposal, and we don't think that there is any potential capacity in this green wedge, unlike other green wedges that we saw on that big plan. That's the study's conclusion, isn't it?
The study of the time, yes.
Yes.
That's as I understand it.
And that review was considered by the Acorn Way inspector in April 2016. And he was looking at obviously a different proposal to the appeal proposal. But if we look at the Acorn Way inspector's decision, which we've got in a number of different places. But core document 6.01 is one of the places where it is. And he looked at the green wedges in Derby, beginning at paragraph 15. And he looked at their function in general. He looked at the concept, paragraph 16, and it being long established, and gave the history that I was alluding to earlier. The fact that the emerging core strategy, which we've now got adopted in 2017, was seeking to continue the process. And then at paragraph 24, he said this. Second sentence, the review process undertaken, that's the green wedge review that we've just been looking at, in accordance with the adopted plan, has scrutinised each of the green wedges, amending boundaries and proposing sites to accommodate nearly 2,000 homes. This represents about 18% of the dwellings currently intended to be provided within the city over the 12 years or so remaining of the emerging core strategy. Hence, I consider that the green wedges are not necessarily incompatible with the pro-growth stance of the framework, nor in themselves inconsistent with the exhortation to boost significantly the supply of housing. And then, taking all those matters into account, I consider that Derby's green wedges serve an important planning function in maintaining the different character and identity of the suburbs and enhancing the urban form and structures of the city. They are integral to the character and distinctiveness of the place. So, do you agree with that assessment, looking at the concept of green wedges overall?
I believe focusing on the extract that you've brought to my attention is focusing more on the matter as a policy rather than looking at the function of the green wedge and examining that through the microscope of landscape character and visual amenity issues.
Yeah, no, we see, I understand that, and I'm trying to keep your mind focused on the spatial function of green wedges rather than the landscape character and visual impact side of your evidence. Both are important to the inspector's decision.
Yes.
But in terms of the spatial function of the green wedges, do you accept what the inspector says there about them generally, what their function is to do?
If the question is, do I understand the function of green wedges? Yes.
Right.
What I didn't want to do was, I think I was misunderstanding your question in terms of it being more in terms of examining them in a policy context.
Okay.
And, I'm not interrupting, but obviously this is not my policy witness.
No, I understand that.
But I'm hesitating to interrupt.
Now, of course, the Acorn Way inspector also considered the whole of the Chaddesden-Spondon green wedge, and at paragraph 30, in the Acorn Way decision, having reached his conclusions on green wedges generally, the next paragraphs went on to look at this Chaddesden-Spondon green wedge, and at paragraph 30, at the very end of he decides that, having decided that the Acorn Way scheme would offend against the function of the green wedge, he notes that similar views had been reached by previous inspectors, and we know from earlier evidence at this inquiry that that was back in the 70s and 80s. Part of your case, which we'll look at in a moment, is that the appeal scheme on the appeal side is a different beast from the Acorn Way scheme on the Acorn Way side, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll come back to look at that in a minute. And what you have done is, in your evidence, is to carry out your own green wedge review in the context of the appeal scheme on the appeal side.
Correct.
And you draw comfort from a number of matters. First of which is that the most elevated parts of the appeal site would remain undeveloped.
Correct.
But that's not really a spatial matter, is it? That's more of a landscape and visual impact matter.
It is, but that is the focus of my professional advice.
But the fact that the northern part of or the most elevated parts of the appeal site are not being developed, that's not having an effect on the function of the green wedge per se, is it?
I would say that's not strictly true, because...
So it's partially true.
Well, if you look at... examining the green wedge through the lens of the Eastleigh criteria, matters of intravisibility and visibility are an identified criteria as part of examining green wedges. And it's not just a case of, really, I think here we're hitting on 2 points. First of all, it's relevant in terms of the matters of visibility in relation to green wedge. That is also closely linked with matters of penetration, visual penetration in this particular case. And I think also that then leads into matters relating to recreation. and the function of green wedges in terms of providing potential or realised recreational opportunities. And one of the opportunities available by delivering the site is the opportunity to increase those recreational opportunities. So it's not purely a case of it's being left undeveloped and that's the end of the matter. As with many landscape and visual considerations as part of a scheme, there is often a multifaceted aspect to the mitigation that is integrated into that. And this would be a prime example of that.
Yeah, all right. The second thing that you appear to draw comfort from in your evidence is that the developing the appeal site would not narrow the gap further. And this morning you told us that the narrowest part of the wedge was the houses on the north side of West Road, and you confirmed that that was 295 metres wide, the gap there, which is consistent with what we've read in other parts of the evidence. And then you said that at the appeal site, at its narrowest, the gap would then be 287 metres. And Mr. Young was quite right, I'm not going to pursue you over 8 metres. They are of the same order of magnitude.
Correct.
Yeah. So while you're not narrowing the gap, what you are doing is extending the or increasing the width of the narrowest part of the gap, in the sense of this stage, the width being the north-south axis. So at the moment, we've got a sort of pinch point along West Road, the north side of West Road, and that's the narrowest part of the gap. Post-development, the narrowest part of the gap would extend further northwards.
I would disagree with that, because I think what is evident with the green wedge along here, both in terms of, if I could refer you, if I may, to...
Let's look at a plan.
Yes.
Do you want the illustrative master plan? That's the one I've been using.
Well, I was actually going to refer you, if you don't mind, to the Appendix 1 of my proof.
Another very useful plan, which we have been grateful for already at this inquiry.
Sorry, you said...
Her Appendix 1.
Appendix.
It's the one we looked at with Councillor Holmes yesterday. That's it.
In my opinion, I wouldn't agree with that statement, largely down to the fact that looking at the nature of the green wedge's edges along the eastern extents, there is variability to that. And there's variability both in terms of the strict green wedge boundary itself, but also if you take into consideration built form within the green wedge, there still remains to be variability. And as a consequence of delivery of the proposed development, what we would see is a continued variability. So the width narrows and widens and narrows and widens, and that wouldn't be altered by the delivery of the development.
Okay. Let's look at this in two ways. If we look at that plan, we can see that the houses north of West Road, and indeed the primary school buildings north of that, are not in the green wedge.
That's correct.
And therefore, and that is the narrowest part of the green wedge.
Correct.
If we then look at the grey areas which illustrate the built footprint of the appeal scheme development, that will deliver, in effect, a further area of equivalent narrowness.
Yes.
Because, I mean, I don't know, but I wouldn't mind betting that in a future review, if this appeal scheme is allowed, that area will be taken out of the green wedge.
I couldn't comment on that.
All right. Would you agree that it also adds to the sense of sprawl of Spondon into the green wedge?
Are you suggesting
The appeal scheme would do that if permitted.
would increase the...
The sense of sprawl of Spondon into the green wedge.
No, I wouldn't agree with
You
that.
wouldn't agree with that, all right. One of the things that you told us, and you were at pains to point out, was that the western boundary of the green wedge along Acorn Way is distinctive and clear, and to breach it would be a serious thing. The purpose of the green wedge, of course, is amongst other things, is to keep the two communities of Chaddeston and Spondon separate.
Correct.
And we heard from a local resident of some seniority in years yesterday, who told us that he can remember when Spondon was a village before the 1960s and 70s housing boom. And indeed, it still has a village centre, and I think a village conservation area in the centre of it. But what's happened over the years is that, and in particular in the 60s and 70s, both Chaddeston and Spondon have moved towards each other. And the green wedge policy has sought to put a stop to that, hasn't it? Or to put a brake on it.
Yes, it's seeking to help define the urban edge and separation between distinct neighbourhoods.
And the good residents of Chaddeston, looking out as they will do as they walk up and down Acorn Way, will be well aware if Spondon starts to sprawl towards them, and vice versa.
Well, they'd struggle. They would struggle to see Spondon from that edge, as identified in the green wedge analysis, by the simple fact that it is well vegetated along that boundary, which is visible both from Spondon across to Chaddeston and from within Chaddeston across to Spondon.
Okay.
Or lack thereof.
Let's look at then the eastern edge, and the inspector's going to do it, or have the opportunity to do it on site. Now, you've said that the eastern edge is not so clearly defined.
I didn't put it in those particular words. I believe what I said was that whereas on the western side it is a clear and relatively consistent boundary to Chaddeston, on the east the nature of that settlement edge is not purely linear.
Okay. Well, if we take a little journey from the primary school northwards, because that's the part of the green wedge we're looking at, first of all, the back of the houses on Marina Drive is the edge of the green wedge, obviously, isn't it?
Yes.
And then Marina Drive turns into Royal Hill Road at the southeastern corner of the appeal site.
Correct. And
then the Royal Hill Drive becomes the obvious edge of the green wedge, doesn't it?
I believe the green wedge does meet that, yes.
Yeah. And the buildings on the western edge of Royal Hill Drive, where there are buildings, they become the edge of the green wedge.
Yes.
And the appeal scheme would, if permitted, jump that boundary, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as jumping a boundary. It's adjoining Royal Hill Road.
Yes, but as I understood your point, you said, well, the edge of the green wedge is blurred in that area because of other features.
I described it as organic.
Yes.
I mean, the edge of the green wedge is quite clearly very distinct, as is indicated on the plan.
And will be distinct on the ground when the inspector goes to see it.
And will be distinct. It will be distinct in as much as it's identifiable on plan.
He's not going to struggle to find where the boundary of the green wedge is when he stands on the ground, is he?
My point was that the boundary of the green wedge along the eastern edge, adjoining Spondon, is not a consistent, linear, continuous feature by comparison to Acorn Way, whereby that western boundary is defined by Acorn Way, and it's clearly distinguished by vegetation that flanks either side of that route. So that's a very clear and continuous boundary, whereas on this side, you've got both sort of physical variation along that route and variation in expression in terms of the way buildings meet that boundary.
All right. Now, but if I stand, for example, just to the south of the concrete infrastructure feature up by the reservoir,
Yep.
I don't know, we're calling it a tower or a building or a block or what we're calling it.
Bit of both.
Bit of both. I'm not going to be under any confusion at all, am I? That is a feature in the green wedge. It's not a feature on the edge of the green wedge or confusing me as to where the edge of the green wedge is.
No, it's within the green wedge.
Yeah. Similarly, if I go to Brookfield Farm, which is the farm buildings to the west of the appeal side, that's not confusing me as to whether or not, those buildings aren't confusing me as to whether or not I'm in the green wedge. I'm clearly in the green wedge, aren't I?
Well, the green wedge is described as largely open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I'm standing in the fields where currently, or very recently, there have been ponies kept in a sort of horticulture operation, I'm not going to be confused that I'm whether or not I'm in the green wedge or out of it, am I? I'm plainly in the green wedge.
Well, if you're aware of the extents of the green wedge.
Yeah. And all of that
Yes.
land is performing the function of the green wedge.
It's within the green wedge.
Yeah, and it's performing the function of the green wedge.
It's variously contributing
Yeah, well.
to the function of the green wedge.
I won't be as persistent as Mr. Young. You're a professional witness. You're choosing your words carefully, but you're dancing around my very clear question. All of that land is performing the function of the green wedge, isn't it?
As I've just said, there are a variety. The green wedge doesn't just have one function. And referring back to the Derby City Council's green wedge own review, whereby they identify a variety of functions that are, in some cases, a unique combination of functions identified for each of the 13 different green wedges. I don't think it's a fair reflection to say that each of those pieces of land, it's a black or white issue, because each of those various parcels of land will perform and contribute to that green wedge in a variety of ways and to varying degrees, depending on the nature of the land use.
Yeah, well, we're going to come back to that with your categorisation of the of various parcels of the green wedge. For the moment, can we then move, while we're up in this part of the green wedge, to the suggestion that there is development in all four directions from the appeal side. There's no difference between us that to the east of the appeal site is the 1960s/70s housing, and that is development. And in the south, there are schools, but there are, as we have accepted yesterday, and was accepted in the questions put to you by Mr. Young, there are fields in between.
Correct.
But in the north, there is the Stalin's water tower. Correct, yes. That's a piece of historic infrastructure, isn't it?
I mean, I can't comment on its historical.
Well, it looks to my untutored
significance.
eye as a sort of 50s or 60s feature, probably.
Possibly.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't narrow the green wedge in any way at all, does it, by its presence there?
You're asking me as a landscape and visual impact professional, and in my view, looking at the character of the green wedge, that reservoir and the tower accompanying it does interrupt visually.
Doesn't have the sense of
green
bringing... Yeah, sorry. Interrupt visually, yeah. Is there any more, or was there a full stop after
So,
visually?
could you repeat the question? I've lost my train of thought, sorry.
And the answer I got was the reservoir and the tower, looking at the character of the area, the reservoir does interrupt visually.
Yeah.
And I wondered if
The question was, does it narrow the green wedge? And you said it interrupts it visually.
Well, it does interrupt it visually. I mean, it doesn't. The extents of the green wedge are evident on plan. You know, it's included within the green wedge. I'm not disputing whether or not the reservoir does or doesn't.
we mustn't interrupt when she's obviously wanting to say more. So.
He's elaborating that point.
Yeah, okay. Does it have the effect?
Can I just check? Have you said all that you wanted to say in answer to the question in relation
Narrowing.
to jumped in again?
I'm not going to dispute the extents of the green wedge. They are what they are, as you can see on plan, and the green wedge washes over that site. I'm not attempting to dispute that.
My question was, and I'm going to be very disciplined, and I'm going to clamp my mouth shut till I'm certain that you finished. My question was, does it have the effect of narrowing the green wedge?
The green wedge is performing a number of functions, amongst which are matters of visibility, intervisibility, and intra-visibility. I think what I would like to say on that matter is that when examining the axis, in my interpretation, because there isn't, as I previously identified, there isn't a detailed breakdown of the alignment of the axis, but the axis is intended to demonstrate where the primary focus of the strongest points, point to point, through the green wedge are. And I don't believe the interpretation of that axis is that the reservoir would be on that axis.
I know. I'm going to come to the axis next.
Okay.
But
Yeah, if you could try and answer Mr. Richards' question with a yes or a no, and as I said yesterday, try and qualify.
I apologise. I thought I had it. I'm not disputing the green wedge's extents.
No.
So the reservoir sits within the green wedge.
yeah. No, my question was, does the presence of this historic infrastructure, the Stalin's Tower, have the effect of narrowing the green wedge?
Visually, I believe that it does. The perception of that green wedge, does it actually narrow the green wedge? Well, it's in the green wedge, so I'm not disputing that.
So you think that it has that visual effect. Okay, do you think it has the effect of bringing Spondon and Chadstone closer together?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, building houses on the appeal site would plainly have the effect, I put to you, of bringing Chadstone and Spondon closer together. As a matter of fact.
Yes.
My question to you is, does the presence of the historic infrastructure have the same effect without the appeal site, or is it just an isolated feature in the Green Wedge?
Well, it's clearly not an isolated feature because it adjoins the settlement edge.
What, the tower adjoins the settlement edge? Is that how you've approached it?
Well, there's a reservoir compound.
Okay.
There's the reservoir and the tower. The tower is part of that complex.
And what about the buildings at Brookfield Farm? Do they have the effect of narrowing the Green Wedge or bringing Chadstone and Spondon closer together?
Well, they don't bring them closer together, but by their very nature, green wedges are largely open, but there will be some built form and development within them. We're not suggesting here there isn't any.
But you haven't gone as far, have you, in your evidence, not that I've read, of referring to this part of the Green Wedge as, quote, built countryside?
Could you repeat that, sorry?
Yes, you haven't gone as far as to say in your evidence that this part of the Green Wedge is, quote, built countryside.
I believe I've used the term developed countryside.
Right.
So when you say this part, you mean the site itself?
Yes, the site, the appeal site, the red line.
Not the appeal site, strictly no. I've described that as grazing,
Okay.
horse grazing.
But if you extend it to include the reservoir compound
Yes.
and its Stalinist tower and Brookfield Farm complex to the west, if you extend it that far, does that make it built countryside?
I think it's looking at, I mean, what I've sought to do is examine the site and its features and its local context and use that to inform an understanding of how a development would be situated within that site and relate to surrounding features. That is just a pure and simple interpretation of exactly what is existing and therefore, following on from that, how a site would respond to that sympathetically. In the site's context is the settlement edge of Spondon, as we know, the school to the south, the reservoir and tower to the north, and there is a sizable complex of buildings at the farm to the west.
Yes. Now, the development proposed through this scheme is permanent in effect, it's not temporary, is it?
No, it's permanent.
And therefore, any harm that would be caused would be irreparable.
In a landscape visual context, that's a balance.
In a green wedge context.
There will be harm within the site, yes.
Yeah. And so, and that harm, which has to be balanced against the benefits, matter for Mr. Lees, but it's right, isn't it, that that harm would be long-lasting and irreparable.
It would be long-lasting. Irreparable, I think, is a matter of examining what's being delivered, because the scheme isn't just 90 homes, it's 90 homes set within a green infrastructure context that comprises half of the site, that brings considerable benefits. Examining it purely just in landscape and visual terms.
Yeah. Well, the Acorn Way inspector described the harm of the Acorn Way scheme, which no doubt included some open space as well, as being irreparable. I'm just keen to explore whether you think there's anything about the appeal scheme that makes it any different, that means that the harm would not be irreparable.
Well, I mean, for starters, I appreciate that there would have been open space and green infrastructure proposals as part of the Acorn Way. That was actually referenced within the appeal decision, and the inspector was minded that the green infrastructure that was delivered as part of that was not mitigation of an order that would be sufficient in addressing some of those effects. By comparison, I don't believe that's the situation we're dealing with this scheme. First of all, as I mentioned, it's, half the scheme is green infrastructure. It's a visually and physically well-enclosed site by a variety of features in its vicinity. Compared to the Acorn Way site, it's a quarter of the development being proposed. So there are a multitude of factors which set the Acorn Way scheme apart from this one. Never mind the fact it's in a different part of the Green Wedge.
Yes, thank you very much. That's all I have.
A couple of points I wanted to cover that weren't covered by my microphone on, sorry. Just a couple of points I wanted to cover which weren't necessarily covered by Mr. Richards. First, I wanted just to refer to the buffer plan that's been produced at appeal stage.
Certainly.
And perhaps directly to paragraph 3.10 of your proof. You set out in that paragraph the effect upon landscape and visual resources would not be materially altered by the adjustments made to incorporate the landscape buffer.
That's correct.
Could you, I want to expand upon that any further and explain to me why I need to be particularly vigilant or bothered with the buffer plan when I come to assess the scheme?
Yes. Is there anything in particular that you'd like me to focus on, or just the buffer plan itself and the amendments to the?
Yeah, well, it's wider than the buffer plan, I think, but
Yeah.
You've set out that the landscape and visual resources would not be materially altered.
That's correct.
And just that might be interpreted to say it wouldn't necessarily have huge implications, but perhaps if you could explain.
Yes, of course. I understand your question now. What I sought to do in the proof of evidence was, in this particular section, which was section 3, was to undertake an equivalent detailed analysis of the scheme, essentially a reassessment, if you will, of the scheme, taking into consideration the buffer that had been incorporated. So it was a pure and simple exercise of looking at the scheme itself and what the assessed level of effects, both visual and landscape, would be incorporating those new elements. So the conclusions that we came to as part of that were simply that there weren't any, although there would clearly be some benefits to the scheme by the incorporation of a green buffer, the primary alterations being to pull development back from the west boundary to incorporate a stronger green buffer along that boundary. The proof of evidence reports what the differences would be in terms of the effects upon the relevant receptors, but the overall resulting level of effects that would arise as a consequence of those would not materially change from those already reported. And those effects already reported demonstrate that the effects would be localised and limited in extent and number of receptors, and that there would be notable, there would be balance to the adverse effects by the incorporation of the mitigation that is incorporated, which is further strengthened by the buffer that has been proposed on this plan.
Yeah, so I wanted to also focus, I think, it's reference to equestrian uses on the site. I think the term horticulture has been used. I think there's a table 4 on page 18 of your proof. I think it's set out as you could do an equestrian rather than an agricultural use, and it suggested no loss of agricultural land. Is there anything you want to expand on to justify that position? And perhaps could you direct me to any features that I should be particularly vigilant of or should be looking at when I'm on my visit?
Yes. Off the top of my head, I'm looking for the paragraph in my proof where I have actually identified the reasoning to justify why that has been described as grazing. Bear with
5.11.
Thank you. Yes, so the site isn't just offering incidental grazing as part of agricultural maintenance of the land. It is being actively used for the keeping of horses, and a couple of the defining features of that can be evidence of supplementary feeding, and that was evidenced on site that there's clearly supplementary feeding. So the distinction being that there's a difference between using animals to help manage the land and keeping animals on the land, and requiring additional elements such as shelters, which when you visit the site you will be able to observe at the north of the site, and on the east of the site from Royal Hill Road. Certainly when I was visiting the site, there was clear evidence of supplementary feeding.
Do you think this horticulture term or the equestrian use would apply to the entirety of the site as contained in the red line?
Yes, I believe so.
Content that everything else has been covered by Mr. Richards. So that's all my questions. Are there any interested parties who have any questions for Ms. Ellensfield with specific reference to her evidence? No? Okay, thank you. I'll come to Mr. Young then for re-examination.
Yes, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, perfect, yeah.
So, first of all, what I want to ask you about is that you were asked a series of questions in relation to the Green Wedge review. So can we this is the Derby Council Green Wedge review, obviously. If we could go to that. And in particular, page 89, 19.4. Tell me when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, now this is considering this particular area, these are the conclusions. 19.4 is considering this study, and 19.4 says the review has assessed all of the potential development sites that have been promoted within each of the green wedges. Do you see that?
I do.
And identified where there may be some development potential. And then if you just go down and look at the box at 19.18, because that's, I think, a box to describe the figure below. Do you see that?
I do.
says figure 2.70 on the following page shows a map of all the promoted sites. Do you see that?
I do.
Yeah. Now go to the plan. Is our site a promoted site?
No,
No. So was it considered in this study as a promoted site?
I don't believe so, no.
No. If we go then, please, to 15.25, because my learned friend drew the conclusions of this section on Chaddeston-Spondon's gap to the inquiry's attention. And it says, at 15.25, the principle of the green wedge in this location should be maintained, and where possible opportunities for enhancement should be pursued. We're going to come back to that in a moment. Development of the promoted site would lead to a high level of impact on the green wedge in terms of narrowing potential for the gradual coalescence. The promoted site is very much part of the green wedge, etc., etc. And then it says this at the end: this green wedge is not considered to have any potential capacity for new development from a green wedge perspective. Where is the evidence, please, that other parcels of land were examined to the extent that the Acorn Way site was examined?
To my knowledge, to my understanding of this review, only the Acorn Way site was considered.
Yeah. So let's consider then the first conclusion, 15.25. The principle of green wedge in this location should be maintained, and where possible opportunities for enhancement should be pursued. Go then, please, to 19 points in the conclusions. I think it's 19.14. Just bear with me. 12. Yeah, 19.12 on page 89.
Yep.
It says, whilst development within the green wedge will have an impact upon their openness and undeveloped character, which I think you've accepted in your evidence, it could provide an opportunity to make improvements and enhancements. New development has the potential to. Okay? It then says, open up public access to retained areas of the green wedge and improve existing routes, pathways and cycle paths. To what extent does this proposal achieve that objective, which is identified specifically by the Council as an opportunity to make improvements and enhancements to the green wedge?
In my understanding, it addresses that in full.
Secondly, provide new recreational spaces and facilities. Does it provide that?
It does.
Thirdly, provide stronger definition of the edge of the green wedge. Does it achieve that?
Through the delivery of a buffer along the west, yes, it does.
And remove scruffy areas of land. You remember the inspector's questions to asking you about the horticulture paraphernalia. You'll remember your answer referred to the shelters and the intensity of the feeding. Will this remove a scruffy area of land, this proposal?
It's probably a little bit of beauty is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it, with regard to horticulture. But in my view, in landscape character terms, we're delivering public open space that is provided of a quality and standard that is to the benefit of the public and will provide visual amenity for new residents. So I would say that there are improvements in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, if I may say so, you very fairly put it, you know, it's a long ask, or a big ask, to say that 90 houses will improve an area. But in terms of scruffy, do you think that's an appropriate description of some... Well, it's a question in your own criteria. So I can't help but refer to the criteria, and you specifically referred us to this section. Yeah, what is your view about whether this area of land is scruffy?
What I would say is that by having publicly accessible, managed open space, it offers the opportunity to present land that is arguably more visually attractive.
Okay. suppose what I'm asking is, well, I've got an answer in relation to post-development. What you don't have is an answer to pre-development. And it's one of the criteria you're going to have to consider.
But you have provided an answer. I don't necessarily need to explore it any further.
Okay, well, that's fine, but obviously I can ask my next witness in relation to that. Maybe it's more of an urban fringe point than a landscape and visual impact point. Okay, next then, please, Acorn Way and paragraph 30 you were taken to. That's the Acorn Way appeal decision. And I've got that as CD 6.1.
Sorry, could you repeat which document it was? Paragraph 30, not page 30.
Paragraph 30,
sorry, thank
CD 6.01.
I've got the right document. I heard page, not paragraph. Apologies.
And my learned friend was referring to this appeal decision, but also referring to the views of other inspectors or previous inspectors. And that's how paragraph 30 begins. Do you remember? Okay. It says, similar views have been reached by previous inspectors, albeit in relation to schemes lacking some of the benefits now proposed. An appeal was dismissed in 1981. Right? 1981, last time Aston Villa, or the only time Aston Villa won the European Cup. Instead of Derby City fan. Yeah, it was close last night, and we could have got past PSG. But, I mean, we're going back. I was 8 when they won the European Cup, and now I'm 52. So we're going back quite a few years, over 40 years. First of all, do we have that 1981 appeal decision before us?
I don't believe so.
No. Did the council's witness refer to the 1981 appeal decision in his evidence?
Not to my recollection.
No. What value then are these other appeal decisions? I think my learned friend said in the 1970s as well. What value are these appeal decisions if we don't have them before us?
I couldn't comment.
Yeah, I suppose that's a better answer, isn't it? A better question is, can you comment if you haven't got them? And your answer is no, I can't comment. No. I mean, I can't work out whether the inspector's talking about the same site or a different site, but it seems to be his point of distinction at paragraph 30 was the schemes lack some of the benefits. So it may be it was just the same site. These other appeal decisions are the same site. But as it stands, we don't have any of those other appeal decisions, as far as you're aware. Is that right?
As far as, yeah, correct.
Yeah. What we do know is halfway down it says, and in 2005, a similar site, together with adjoining open land, was deemed to form part of the long-established green wedge, allowing open countryside to flow into the built-up area. And being an integral part of this green setting, the loss of the site would, even with open land remaining to the north and east, be considered a serious compromise. That would appear to be, at least, the 2005 position, be the same site as this appeal decision in 2016. Is that right? Or can you not tell?
Apologies, what was the question in there?
The 2005 decision that the inspector's referring to, does that appear to be the same decision as Inspector Cullingford was referring to in 2016? Or the same appeal site as the one in 2016, or is it not possible to tell?
I mean, he refers to it as a similar site, but I have no way of knowing, just from words, whether or not that's the case.
Yeah. So if we took at the two bits of evidence that my learned friend put to you, which is the Green Wedge study, did that look at the appeal site?
Green Wedge review?
Yeah.
No.
Does this appeal decision look at the appeal site?
Not from what I can see in front of me, no.
Do any of the other appeal decisions look at the appeal site, or do we just not know?
Not from my understanding.
No. So do we have anything historically that assists us with consideration of the appeal side?
No.
Nearly done. Acorn Way, actually, whilst we have this appeal decision, the inspector refers to Acorn Way at paragraph 28. And can I ask you just to go to paragraph 28?
Yes.
He says, I think it's about 12 lines down, the perception of separation. Do you see that?
Yes.
The perception of separation is accentuated by the strong boundary created by Acorn Way, and then describes it. Do you agree that Acorn Way provides a strong boundary?
I do.
Yeah, and is it significant that we are not in any way next to, adjacent or close to Acorn Way, indeed 300 metres away? Is it relevant that we have that separation from that clear boundary on the edge of Derby?
I believe it is.
The inspector also refers to it in paragraph 29 twice, and he says this, 7 lines down. First, the appeal scheme would breach the strong physical and visual boundary created by Acorn Way. And then in the next sentence, in contrast, the Acorn Way boundary is very much in evidence to the Northern Nature Reserve, etc., okay, thereby reinforcing the sense of separation. How important does it appear that not being adjacent to Acorn Way and the strength of that boundary informed the inspector's decision in that case?
I think it's, in my interpretation, I think it's quite clear that it was a notable factor, particularly in the context that he notes north of the Nature Reserve, which is the portion of the Green Wedge which is of greatest relevance to our site.
Yeah, and then just, I don't intend to repeat this, sir, but just for your note, paragraph 31, third sentence, it would breach the strong boundary created by the hedge boundary of Acorn Way. Paragraph 34, it would breach the boundary of Acorn Way and intrude into the cohesive area. And then finally, paragraph 45, he again refers to the strong boundary created by the hedge barrier of Acorn Way. You talked about the western area, the openness of the field, the difference, and you also talked about Acorn Way. How significant is it then, since Mill & Friend took you to this appeal decision, that with our proposal, the client's proposal, what is maintained is 300 metres and then the strong, as this inspector describes it, the strong defensible boundary of Acorn Way? How important is that as a point of distinction in terms of our proposal?
I think it is an important distinction. Yeah.
Good. Those are all of my questions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that we were allowed as interested parties to ask questions. I do appreciate, I should have intervened. But can I ask a question?
Not at this point, no. No, he's been re-examined. I set out at the start that interested parties would have an opportunity, and obviously gave that opportunity, and I'm afraid they've missed the boat on that one, I'm afraid. My apologies. Are there any housekeeping matters before we, I think we should obviously adjourn for lunch before we come back to cover Mr. Lees' evidence?
The bus routes are agreed, is what I'm told, so we can provide that note, I think, to you if you want that now.
Yeah.
I'm getting a thumbs up, so that's good.
Yeah.
We'll
For my beating point.
we'll print it out and leave it on your desk for you. If you
Okay,
yeah.
great, that's fine. Okay. We'll have an hour after lunch then, so 1:45 we'll be back. Thank you, we'll adjourn till then.
To consider teeing up a site visit this afternoon for 3:45, we'll probably finish Mr. Lees. 4 o'clock.
Whenever suits you, so
I am keen to, if we can, do the site visit this afternoon.
okay.
That would be helpful, I think. Yes, yeah. And I'm flexible as in terms of the time I have to be away from site tonight, and obviously light will be prevailing. Yeah. I think if
I'm going to go to your proof of evidence. You're Gary Robert Lees, is that right? One could be forgiven for thinking it was sabotage because it's happening to both of my witnesses.
So for anyone watching on the live stream, we're just waiting for Mr. Lees' microphone to burst into life, hopefully. But we'll be starting it very shortly.
Oh, that one. Yeah, be all right if that's okay. Hello? Working?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great. If I can introduce you to the inquiry, your name is Gary Robert Leeds, is that right?
Correct.
And you have a Bachelor of Arts degree with honours in urban and regional planning, together with a diploma in town planning, both from Manchester Polytechnic, is that right?
Yes.
And you have the London Royal Town Planning Institute as a director of GRL Planning, is that right?
Yes.
GRL Planning was formed in July of last year following your retirement as chairman of Pegasus Group, is that right?
Correct.
You retained as consultant for Pegasus Group on various projects, whilst at Pegasus Group, and that includes this police officer, is that right?
It does, yes.
You have 30 years' experience in a variety of planning roles in local government and planning consultancies. You joined Pegasus Group in 2004 and have over those years advised a range of clients in the promotion of land through the development plan process, submission of planning applications, the development plan examinations and planning appeal inquiries as a witness, including in relation to housing need and land supply matters. Is that right?
It is.
And you provide your evidence on behalf of their homes and do so in accordance with the code of conduct for the
It is.
Good, okay. You explain that your colleague, who sits behind me, performed the role of planning agent, and he presents at the planning committee and provided planning advice similar on site. It's not, there you go. Good, okay. I've got some very specific questions, which won't take very long. The inspectors obviously had the benefit of reading your evidence. I've only got one reason for refusal, it's green wedge, and we've looked at it from a visual and landscape impact. I just want to be clear, though, please, about the decision-making process, because obviously you were here yesterday. The criticism of the council's approach was the subject of a lot of the cross-examination. How do you say the inspector should approach decision-making in this case?
Yeah, my evidence sets out the approach to decision-making in principle at section 4, which is headed most important policies. Within that, I go through what I believe is the correct approach to decision-making, particularly in this context. Obviously, you've got the primacy of the development plan, and the NPPF doesn't seek to usurp statute and legislation, but it makes it is a significant material consideration, particularly in the context of achieving sustainable development, and paragraph 11 is particularly pertinent in this case to how the decisions should be arrived at and the approach to taking that decision. So paragraph 11 of the NPPF has been subject of quite a few interrogation through the courts as to how it should be applied. I've set out what I believe are some of the significant judgments informing that approach that has led to what I believe is the correct approach. So just in terms of 11.d, plans and decisions should apply presumption in favour of sustainable development. So what that means for decision making at C is approving development proposal that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. We talked yesterday about the policy in the plan that deals with where there are out-of-date policies, but the plan, as we've agreed, is pretty much out of date, so I'm not suggesting that paragraph 11C should apply here. The or after that is where there are no relevant development plan policies, or policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date, granting planning permission unless. But just pausing there, the first point is to determine which are the most important policies for determining the application, and then to consider whether they're out of date. We've got in the agreed statement of common ground the most important policies being CP6 and CP18. it's common ground between the parties that CP6 is out of date, and the local authority accept that its plan as a whole is in need of review. It undertook that review and decided that it needed to undertake a review of the local plan some time ago. But the point there is that the footnote 8 there is quite clear that where you haven't got a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites, the most important policies are automatically out of date. It's a very important distinction that the NPPF provides. So the NPPF directs the decision maker to CP18 being out of date. I think that's quite an important point and distinction in the process of going through this. We then look at the application. So you grant plan permission out of date unless, and then there's two potential issues there. One is whether the application of policy of this framework that protect areas of assets of particular importance. Footnote 7 sets out those what those are, and that they provide a strong reason for refusing the development proposed. And again, it's common ground between us that there are no footnote 7 policies that would provide a strong reason for refusing the development.
So you deal with that. It's in the same ground and your 4.28. That being the case, having included two of the policies the most important determining the application, transferred to the appeal, the phrase of application, and then lack of private and supply. What does that mean for CP18?
It means that it is out of date. The NPPF is very clear that policy is to be treated as out of date for the purposes of determining the application or appeal.
Good, and that's a summary in effect of your evidence beginning at section 4 and then the out of date section begins 14, and you deal with that both in the context of CP6. Any doubt in your mind policy is out of date?
No, it's out of date by virtue of the 5-year housing land supply shortfall, but I also go on to consider whether it's out of date for other reasons. The courts have looked at situations where policies may be out of date. Material changes on the ground, changes in circumstances, changes in national policy. My view here is that whilst I accept that the principle of green wedges is something that isn't in conflict with the NPPF, what you do have is a policy that's written in binary terms. Whilst there are a number of criteria under the policy for determining development proposals, unless it meets any of the criteria under criterion A under the policy, then the development proposed will be in conflict with that policy. Now that's a very binary approach. It doesn't allow for any balancing of pros and cons, positives and negatives. And in a situation where the NPPF is seeking to significantly boost the supply of housing, policies that restrict housing proposals and are preventing housing development from coming forward are not in accordance with the NPPF. So my view is that the policy CP18 is also not in accordance with the NPPF and can be considered out of date as a consequence of that.
Good, and your proof deals with that to a significant degree. The officers approach it in a different way. They obviously recommend
No.
Accordingly, weight can therefore be given to it, although they don't tell us the weight, given its consistency with national policies successfully tested at previous appeals. The question is whether there are material considerations which outweigh CP18, and they conclude, obviously there is, that's their conclusion, but so just for the avoidance of that, have they approached the policy on the right basis?
No. My view is it should have been clear in the consideration and in the report that CP18 is out of date, as I've just explained. Whilst my view of its consistency with the NPPF might be subjective, what isn't subjective is the lack of a 5-year housing land supply and the application of 11D. It is automatically out of date. So in advising and considering that the policy is up to date, that has misapplied the approach to decision making as informed by the NPPF.
Yeah. Now we don't. I can't cross-examine the officers. A councillor quite properly was presented to give evidence, and it's quite clear from all three members, in fact, that I asked questions of, they all take the view the policy is now out of date. I mean, that's clearly a member's view, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Just contrast that with the very top of the page, CP6, third line down. What did the officers have no difficulty in concluding there?
Yeah, officers recognise that CP6 is out of date. I think in my evidence there are a number of objectives from CP6, but a key point of CP6 is it sets out the housing requirement for the council and for the plan. The plan is based on the amount of housing that is set out at CP6, and the council recognised that it has been overtaken by events in the NPPF, by the new standard method, and that is out of date. So they do recognise that as a policy is out of date, and they correctly set that out in the report.
Okay. CP18, their second topic, CP18, your observations on that?
Sorry, in what respect?
How do we approach it? It provides a binary choice. Is it the criteria relevant? What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's a protectionist policy that restricts the supply of land. So, in a situation where you've got an up-to-date, brand new plan that is adequately providing for meeting housing needs, would probably be appropriate in terms of applying that policy. Here we have a situation where the council is way behind meeting its housing needs, and CP18 is completely binary in not accepting housing under the terms of the policy. You have to meet one of the criteria, and there are other factors you have to meet in addition to meeting the in-principle criteria under criterion A of the policy: agriculture, forestry, green space, nature conservation, cemeteries, essential buildings for education, public utilities, extensions, alterations to dwellings. Unless you meet any of those, then you are in conflict with that policy.
Yeah, and yet K refers to, and it was accepted yesterday, admits of the possibility of urban extensions. But as you say, A points the other way. How does the inspector approach criterion K?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at that quite a bit actually, and sort of scratching my head over criterion K as to why it was in there. It clearly sets out and anticipates the delivery of further development that doesn't fall under criterion A, and how the decision maker should apply that. My view on that comes from the local planning inspector's report with main modification 40, which was very clear in requiring the council to consider, requiring the council to review Green Wedge further as part of the Part 2 plan. We've only got the Part 1 plan. We haven't got, Derby never even got to a complete development plan. It only had a Part 1 core strategy. CP6, in terms of the 11,000 houses that it provided for, which again was a capped number, its actual need at the time of adoption was over 16,000. So it was looking to its neighbouring authorities within the housing market area, Amber Valley and South Derbyshire, to provide over 5,000 houses to meet Derby's needs. So the 11,000 figure is already a capped figure related to the actual need. But within that 11,000, there was, I think it's 850 houses which were to be identified through the Part 2 plan. So the core strategy never actually identified sufficient sites and land to deliver 11,000. There was 850 which were to be identified quite quickly in the Part 2 plan. And the explanatory paragraphs to CP18 explain that will include a review of Green Wedge boundaries to seek to meet those 850. And my view is the local plan inspector could see that Derby was trying to, to be fair to Derby City Council, they were doing what they thought was the right approach in terms of trying to meet needs. But it's, as councillors and residents have explained, it is a constrained city. And so in parking 850 dwellings, where are they going to go? You've looked at urban capacity, you've looked at various things. So in terms of where these 850 were potentially going to go, there was very limited choice. There's no, if I can call it, white land countryside left in Derby. If you look at the proposals map, it is all land is either urban land or it's allocated for something else or it's protected by some way or another. So something has to give. This core strategy envisaged the identification of further sites, 850 through the Part 2 plan. So it wasn't, the Part 1 plan didn't deal with the 11,000, it was for the Part 2 plan, which was to quickly come along, which never happened.
Yeah, and the inspector will no doubt want to read the whole of the old Acorn Way decision, but at that stage, the core strategy hadn't been adopted, it was 2016, right?
It was. I was at the examination, and that appeal decision came out through the examination process.
Yeah, the inspector determining that appeal didn't have the final adopted plan in 2016. Is that right, Mr. Collingwood?
Correct.
And so he wouldn't have known about the text. The text includes the section where the council made the commitment to do a Part 2 review. And we know that Part 2 plan was going to look again at the Green Wedge, look at smaller sites to be delivered. Would the Acorn Way inspector have known that?
No.
No. So he wasn't aware that the council had promised to do a Part 2 plan, look for smaller sites, look to review the Green Wedge. We know the council didn't produce it. We know they didn't produce it by December 2017, which was the date they said they'd do it. Is that right?
They didn't, no.
Yeah. Have you ever, what's your understanding about why they never did what they promised the inspector they would do?
I mean, my view is that being a constrained authority, clearly very difficult political decisions have got to be made about releasing protected sites for development in doing the Part 2 plan and any further review. So my view is the City Council has been very reticent and reluctant to make potentially for the people who are going to be affected politically unpopular decisions by identifying sites themselves through a plan, and I'm confident that has led into the thinking behind why they haven't to date brought forward a plan.
No, and just to understand the story, the housing delivery, as you say, the core strategy doesn't meet the City Council's needs. It was shy of 5,000. It relied on others to do that. I think I can lead on this. Amber Valley found
No, it's at its third local plan examination at the moment. It's had two failed attempts and third time lucky for Amber Valley, but it has never adopted a core strategy or a plan. It's going for a complete plan now, so rather than a two-part plan, it's a single plan.
Yeah. One of the major sites, the landowner is not progressing or is not willing to progress that as a site, as I understand it.
That is correct, yes. So there was a site identified on the edge of Derby, just off the A52, for a couple of thousand houses. I can't remember the precise number, but in the lead up to that, the promoters were unable to secure the agreement of the landowner, and the landowner has made it clear that that's not progressing. So that's caused a little bit of a delay. And what are they going to do with these couple of thousand houses that were going to go on that site now?
Yeah. So has there been a satisfactory accommodation of Derby's unmet needs within Amber Valley?
No, I mean they were. The South Derbyshire core strategy came through first, and that was a plan that was accepted by the local plan inspector there. South Derbyshire, to be fair, have got on with it. They accounted for 3,000 of Derby's unmet need as part of their plan, and they have been fairly successful in delivering housing. They haven't got a 5-year housing land supply shortfall. They've got another Part 1 plan that's, I think the pre-submission Reg 19 consultation ends next week, and they'll be submitting that for examination. Amber Valley, in contrast, 2,300 or so houses that they were supposed to be accommodating of Derby City's needs never progressed. And just one important point there, I think, which is quite important to note, sir, and that is that one of the reasons Amber Valley didn't progress, that in meeting its needs and some of Derby City's needs, it realised it was going to have to pull back Greenbelt. So there was Greenbelt implications for Amber Valley in trying to meet its own needs. Even in meeting its own needs, it was struggling to find sites. Amber Valley isn't completely washed over by Greenbelt. It's got Greenbelt and non-Greenbelt. But in progressing the plan and going through the process, one of the draft plans that didn't proceed was looking at Greenbelt allocations, and I think, to be fair to members, was thinking, hang on a minute, why are we taking Derby's need and having to lose Greenbelt when Derby aren't losing Greenbelt? So I think that's come into play in terms of looking at the sensitivity as to why Amber Valley struggled with bringing a plan forward, delivering appropriate sites in sustainable locations without affecting Greenbelt.
So has the HMA approach worked in terms of meeting Derby's needs?
No.
We now have the standard method. Is the standard method figure higher than the Derby City core strategy, which we're told runs until 2028?
No, the Derby core strategy is 647, I think, and 906 is the standard method figure now.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see inspectors recognise government policy of 1.5 million as being negative in a number of inspectors' decisions. If local authorities aren't meeting the standard method figure, where does that leave us in terms of trying to get to the 1.5 million homes?
It's impossible. I mean, it's a hard task. It's going to be a hard task as it is. Standard method is really set out as a minimum. So you've got economic growth and other factors that could come into play, affordable housing needs, that can see that figure increase. So really the government's setting that as a benchmark figure, and it is really looking for authorities to deliver on that. I mean, an interesting point with the new standard method figure compared to the old standard method figure from last year, particularly with the consultation on the MPPF, was the distribution of numbers within the housing market area. So it is set out in my proof. I think where it is. Find the table. Yeah, it's my table 2 at the bottom of page 26. as was alluded to yesterday, Derby was subject to a 35% uplift as one of the largest 20 urban areas under the previous figures. The 23 standard method figure had a distribution that had lower figures for Amber Valley and South Derbyshire with a higher figure for Derby, but the total need was 2,102. With the new standard method figures, Derby's has come down. So, you know, the government is looking for Derby to, you know, consume its own smoke, if we can put it like that, in meeting its housing needs and to try and, you know, reduce its reliance on neighbouring authorities by reducing the neighbouring authorities, by increasing the neighbouring authorities' requirement. You can see Amber Valley has increased significantly. Interestingly, Amber Valley and South Derbyshire are progressing under transitional arrangements. So their plans are coming forward in the context of the 2023 standard method figure. But they are, as I set out in the evidence, they are claiming that they're over-providing for Derby, but using Derby's 2024 figure, which cannot be right. You know, in terms of meeting needs, you either apply the three authorities 23 figure, or you apply the three authorities 24 figure, because the need hasn't changed. The need is 2,102.
Yeah, and the local authorities collectively are planning to fail, planning not to deliver. And the Valley trying to arrive at figures approaching just 60% is an appropriate figure. Derby's figure down to 906, but they continue to rely on the relevance of the local plan, which is 647. So your page 24, table 4, shows, I put it at 300 yesterday, I need to correct myself. The shortfall each year against the standard method. The current plan is 259 a year. Is that right?
289.
289, sorry. That's the HMA. Derby itself.
Derby itself. Sorry, yes.
Six.
Yes, it's two.
I
Yeah.
said 600, sorry, 900. Sorry, I'm correcting myself.
Yep.
I said 300,
Yep.
but it's 259, and then there's an HMA figure. Okay, so the refrain that we've had constantly yesterday is, oh, we're going to get on with a new plan, right? And it's put to them a little credibility, absolute credibility, rest on your past performance. And they promised that the do a Part 2 plan. They didn't in 2017. Have there been any other instances where the council have promised to do a plan?
Well, yeah, they as I mentioned, they did undertake the review using the PAS toolkit, which was my 5.7 references that they undertake that and concluded it in December 2021. And then at my paragraph 5.9, the second part of that, the Council's Cabinet Report of 8th of December 2021, which is CD 9.07, recommended and determined that to authorise the Chief Plan Officer to begin work on a new local plan for Derby, having considered preparation of a joint plan with housing market area partners of this report, blah, blah, blah. So back in 2021, they said, we got to crack on with a new plan here. Still no plan.
Yeah, we haven't seen any document publicly. So where does that leave? I mean, it's accepted you nil value to a document, no weight to a document. But what weight do you think the inspector should give to the idea that somehow we're going to have a plan and this is going to sort out, meet all the housing need, measures in an up-to-date plan, and so what confidence do you have we're going to see that? I think it's just in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it's certainly not in the short term, no. And in terms of assisting in meeting the 5-year housing land supply shortfall, none.
Good, thank you very much for that. In terms of the capacity study, in various ways, it was accepted yesterday
So, yeah, we understand, and this has mainly come out through the Amber Valley local plan examination process in terms of looking at Derby's needs. So we saw reports that said a figure of a capacity of around 12,000. There's no evidence of where that had come from. We've now only read fairly recently, I think it was October 2024, that's my table 8 on page 28 of my evidence. So they've now looked at what they reasonably think the capacity for the city to accommodate future housing growth into the future over the next local plan period, and that is around 12,500 is what they're saying is their constrained capacity there. We've not seen any identification of sites. We've not seen any workings of this. The report, it is a core document, but the table at the back sets out where the sources of potential new capacity are. It's still rolling forward. So you've got existing allocations rolled forward. Need just under 1,000 of existing allocations still not come forward, unfortunately. They're looking at releasing some employment land. We've got a significant figure for city centre regeneration, and we've got green wedge release, 615. So I would expect they would have done a further green wedge review to have come up with that figure. I'm sure that figure hasn't been plucked out of thin air. Officers in their report to Planning Committee have given their own assessment of the impact of development on this bit of green wedge. But we haven't got the evidence for that, but I think the point I'm making there is that, just to reiterate this distinction of green wedges, that they're not permanent. The core strategy anticipated further review of green wedges. It's never happened. This capacity study is accepting further release of green wedges for development. So I think the criterion K, what it says is it's the principle of the green wedge that needs to be maintained. So it accepts some development may need to come forward to meet housing needs in green wedge locations, but it's the principle of the green wedge that needs to be maintained. That's in the core strategy policy.
Yeah, and we know that for the core strategy, 2,000 dwellings were proposed in the green wedges and accommodated. We know there are 13, I think, green wedges around the city.
Yep.
We know, as you said, there are no other options because all land is built upon or has other uses. So, where is the shortfall in the five-hour supply and the ban of an up-to-date housing requirement? Where's it going to fall?
Yeah, and it's not, clearly you have to look at the green wedges. Potentially look at greenbelt, that they've chosen by the evidence of this report not to potentially look at that. I think initially their first capacity did look at the potential to release some land from greenbelt, but the final figure doesn't include any release from greenbelt. Obviously the MPPF now is looking at greybelt and is looking at the potential for councils to review their greenbelts now. So they are more permanent than green wedges, but they're not looking at greenbelt releases at this point in time. It's green wedges, and it's not. I'm sure the council has gone through an exercise in coming up with that figure of where can green wedge be released where the principle's still going to be maintained. So this isn't carte blanche and build all over the green wedges. This is taking informed decisions about where could green wedge come forward to meet the significant housing needs whilst the principle of it is maintained.
Yeah, green belts are meant to be permanent, although they're not going to be that permanent
No.
in coming years. What about green wedges? Is there a requirement for permanence in context of green wedge?
No, I think the policy itself accepts that they're not permanent.
Okay, in terms
I think what there's a housing crisis everywhere. It's a national issue, and it is clearly an issue for Derby City. I think what's pertinent about the particular issue with affordable housing in Derby City is that it's worsening significantly. And I think from the so if you've read the evidence of Mr. Stacey, I'm sure you have. What that brings to attention is how things have got pretty bad in the last couple of years. So the those on the housing register, we talked about 8,500, but it was 6,500 in 2022. So it's how it's got incredibly worse just over the last couple of years. What was being spent on temporary accommodation in 21-22 was £7,500. In 22-23, I'm taking this from an appendix in Mr. Stacey's evidence, which comes from a BBC report. So it is from a BBC report rather than a council document. So but I'm taking what's been reported. It's 360,000 in 22-23, 4.6 million so far, 24-25 at the time that was written. Leaders of the council are interviewed. There is no dispute, it seems, with those figures. So it's and also the housing needs, the latest housing needs assessment from 2023 set out a requirement of 672 affordable housings per year. In that year that was released, 23-24, there was a net loss of 77. So again, you've got this, and that was, a year when, and again, Derby City is doing what it can in terms of urban regeneration. I've been involved in a number of schemes in Derby City that are happening. So some houses are being built in the city centre. There is a limit on apartments, but I've been involved in 2 schemes now with Frygate Goods Yard, zero 40% housing. So Frygate Goods Yard.
In terms of how far that is from here?
It is on the edge of the city centre, just over the ring road. If you go out of the city on the A52 towards Ashbourne, Frygate is an old historic road coming out of Ashby. You go under, unfortunately, a bit of a beautiful bridge, Frygate Bridge. It's just to the left of that is the site. There's an old station there and a goods yard. It was 230 or so.
Okay, and how much affordable housing?
0.
Okay, and why was it 0?
Because of the cost of bringing that site forward. Listed building, Frygate Goods Yard, significantly dilapidated. It's been an eyesore in the city for years, ever since they did the inner ring road and opened that site up visually to the city. So those costs associated with the regeneration and redevelopment of that site the council has accepted 0 affordable housing to achieve those benefits.
Yeah, you mentioned 2 sites, that's Frygate.
There is the Nightingale Quarter. I wasn't directly involved in that, but I know the developer has brought that forward very successfully, and I believe that's 10% affordable housing.
Any other schemes?
There is the scheme on Cathedral Green, next to the cathedral, by the River Derwent, just a short walk along the river here, the old police station site, with an apartment development there. How many units there? You asked me. 100 to 200 units. Again, I'm pretty sure that's. I think there might have been a small off-site contribution for affordable housing, but it was very, very limited.
Okay, and otherwise 0.
Yeah, on-site.
Okay, so I mean, city centre regeneration, a good thing, but not delivering.
I think that's the difficulty with in situations where you've got high development costs, high remediation costs, and other factors that are impacting on the delivery of urban regeneration sites. And it is invariably the affordable housing that gives to make those schemes happen. for the council to want to bring these sites forward and to see the regeneration in the city, which is much needed. It's the affordable housing that gives. You know, this is, you know, it's the greenfield sites that can deliver on the affordable housing.
Yeah. Now, I mean, you mentioned figures there. Let's just be clear about that. 2021-22, in terms of temporary accommodation, the council spent £7,500. The following year, 22-23, it spent £360,000. Right?
Yep.
And this year, so far, 4.6 million.
That's what the report says.
Yeah. Now, we know from Mr. Stacey's evidence, for those who have read it, that what's happening is the council aren't delivering affordable housing. They're losing a lot of dwellings through trying to buy.
Yep.
And as a consequence of which, obviously, that social housing in the city is diminishing, being reduced, and so the council is just having to put people in temporary accommodation. Yeah. Money that might otherwise be spent on other things is then spending on that. At the same time, the NPPF has changed in December, where one of the key things the inspector has to apply in looking at tilted balance is providing affordable homes.
Yes.
And we know the government has sought to effectively roll back the Greenbelt nationally, specifically where sites deliver 50% affordable housing, more potentially when they're allocated, but 50 or at least 10%, 15% above the current policy levels until a new local plan is adopted. What does that tell us about this government's priority for inspectors who sit in the Secretary of State's shoes, Angela Rayner, to be focusing their attention on in these inquiries? What is that telling them?
This government clearly is putting and would like to see significant weight being placed on the delivery of affordable housing in the decision-making process. Clearly, in releasing Greenbelt and the golden rules associated with releasing Greenbelt, the government said, yeah, we need at least 50% affordable housing. If you want to bring forward those sites, you've got to deliver on affordable housing. So the government's very clear in terms of its balance between protecting Greenbelt. So it's looking at, again, just looking at what the government's doing with Greenbelt. It's saying, you know, look at, not all Greenbelt needs to be protected. It's saying, look at your Greenbelts. There are sites that aren't going to be contributing that much to your Greenbelt, and identify those sites and bring them forward for housing because we need the affordable housing. That's what the government's saying. So it's balance between the protectionist attitude for just protecting undeveloped land for the sake of it, by taking a balanced view on looking at what are those sites that can come forward without, you know, undue harm, that are going to then be delivering on the affordable housing. So there's a shift of balance that this NPPF has been given, that this government has instigated to put greater weight on the delivery of housing, and particularly affordable housing.
Yeah. Now, we know that we have this definition of grey belt, but that only applies to green belt.
It does.
Yeah. So that doesn't apply to green wedges. But nor is grey belt what people thought it was, which was car parks and quarries, or scrubland, as the Prime Minister talked about it in his pre-election become effectively land on the edge of cities.
Yes.
And towns that have got green belt. What does that tell us again about what the government thinks is important for inspectors who make decisions in the name of thinking about when faced with councils that haven't got up-to-date plans, haven't got 5-year supply, don't meet housing delivery tests, and are basically using a collapse in affordable housing delivery? What's that telling inspectors to think about?
Yeah, I mean that. I suppose it's still being argued about a little bit, as I understand it. But the PPG update on green belts, in terms of defining what grey belt is clearly greenfield sites. So you have to look at that they're not making significant contributions to not all the purposes of green belts, but a number of the important purposes of green belts. So again, it's a weighting exercise that the government's looking to do. That isn't saying you've got to protect greenfield sites for the sake of it. We're no longer are we protecting the countryside for its own sake. It is the need for housing and an affordable housing means to look at greenfield sites carefully and properly, in a properly balanced way that maintains the function and purpose of green, whether it's green belt, green, we're talking about green wedge here, but that isn't saying, you know, undeveloped land is sacrosanct.
Third parties, we've had a number of comments from third parties. Obviously, in your group governance, we've got the report from BWP about the highways, no objection to the highway by giving answers. Anything else about third party comments that you'd like to mention?
No, I think, you know, it's you know, where you have development, you have impacts. So there's going to be impacts there. This development will generate traffic. Nobody's saying it isn't going to generate traffic. It will generate traffic. The test is how significant is that going to be on the network nearby? And the assessment that we've done, that's been assessed by the council's officers, is that our impact isn't going to be significant and can be mitigated. You know, I live in a village. I live just outside of Derby in a village, and yeah, you get a lot of traffic through the village. You know, traffic's everywhere. It's the degree of impact of that on the network, on the impact on doctors, on schools. So we will have a Section 106 session in the morning, but in terms of the impacts that we're having on infrastructure in particular, we are looking to mitigate those impacts through making contributions where they are needed. So I do appreciate local residents' concerns, and particularly when you've lived nearby an open site for some time, to see it built up. You know, instinctively you are concerned with that impact. But you know, through the application process, we've carefully looked at all the issues. I haven't seen anything that's come to light through the third-party submissions that I'm concerned we've failed to look at in terms of all of the impacts, be it landscape, be it traffic. So I'm comfortable they've all been looked at, and through the officer reporting recommending the application for approval, the consultees and the officers have also been satisfied that, subject to mitigation, the impact of this development is not going to be an unacceptable.
Okay, we'll do the planning balance in a second, but just one final topic before we do. Could you look at the green wedge review, and could you go to the conclusions, please, on page 89? So CD 9.01.
Sorry, so what page again?
89.
Yep.
Do you have that?
Yep.
1912 sets out that whilst development within the green wedges will have an impact on their openness and character, which was a matter which the previous witnesses deal with, it could provide an opportunity for making improvements and enhancements. New developments have the potential to, and I just want to ask you about this, open up public access to retained areas of the green wedge and improve existing routes, pathways and cycle paths. Does this proposal do that?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the footpath network, I'm sure when you go on the site visit, hopefully later, there is a footpath link to the north that goes east-west, but then heads off in a northwest direction at the northern point of our site. And then you've got a footpath that runs east-west at the southern end of our site. So providing a connection through our site to link those two paths is most certainly opening up public access.
Provide new recreational spaces and facilities?
Yep, so we're probably, I think the latest, we're less than half of the overall site is to be developed through housing. So we are got the ability to provide significant open space and infrastructure. That won't be all recreation and open space. We've got BNG, so we have a plan in the design and access statement that looks at the disposition of improvement. So a good area of that land is for BNG enhancement, but that still provides for significant recreation and facilities and play areas as part of our development beyond what's required by policy.
Okay. Strong definition to the edge of the green wedge. I did ask the previous witness about that. Also asked about scruffy areas of land, but not perhaps the phrase that landscape architects use, scruffy. But as a planner, what's your view on?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting way to describe it, remove scruffy areas of land. I think you know, you often get in urban fringe locations, you know, horsey cultural type uses and other type uses which aren't particularly visually attractive. A number of the we have horses kept on this site. We've got horse-related sort of last time I went, there was some little jumps, fences. The stables aren't particularly great. There's quite an array, a hodgepodge I'd call it, of different sort of stable buildings across the site, and it does look unkempt. So yeah, scruffy, you know, in terms of whether that would apply to this site, I'd say yes.
Provide greater variation of uses, including the green wedge, helping to improve biodiversity.
Well, absolutely. So yes, you know, we're providing you know, significant BNG improvements beyond what the policy requires.
Provide opportunities for implementing sustainable drainage systems, utilising existing stream systems.
Yep, we've got a sustainable urban drainage system as part of our drainage strategy.
And that's some,
yeah.
Surprisingly, the side.
Yeah.
Provide opportunities for local food production and community gardening.
Well, you know, some of the illustrative layout looks like an orchard at the top, and again, part of, you know, we've got this allotments is always an issue in terms of delivering housing and the need to provide that. And what a lot of landscape schemes are trying to do now is to try and provide planting that's going to provide you know, berries and fruits that people living by can collect. So whilst you haven't got an actual your own little allotment, there is the ability through here to deliver a planting strategy that's going to accord with that objective.
Landscaping is a reserved matter. An orchard, would that be part of the landscaping?
Yes. Yep.
Improve community awareness of the role and function of the green wedge.
Yeah, not sure about that one. Yeah, not sure on that. I don't.
Has the council asked for any sum of money for signage?
They've not asked for anything. You know, I mean, there is a contribution for transportation, but in terms of putting signage in to clearly define the footpath network, to show that it's been improved, to inform people that these footpaths are there, that probably is something that could be accommodated through those contributions.
Yeah. Okay. Finally, then, planning balance. We know that the sort of balance required in this case, the council won't dispute that. So they've got to show the adverse impacts from the single use significantly possibly outweigh the benefits. Otherwise, planning permission will be granted. What's your view on that?
Yes. Well, I mean, in my evidence, I initially go through all the benefits before I get to the disbenefits. I mean, whilst the reason for refusal only cites green wedge, and the council's case only relates to green wedge, I have nonetheless accepted in my balancing that there will be a limited negative impact in connective landscape and visual issues. So whilst it's not part of the council's case to try and give a fair and balanced approach to the balancing exercise, I've clearly the evidence of Mrs. Ellinsfield is that it's limited and it's contained, but we're building houses on a greenfield site. That is going to be a disbenefit, but it's limited harm.
Yeah, very good. And then on the benefit side?
Yeah, I've gone through that through you know, social economic and environmental. So yeah, I think I think what's an important point here is, for my purposes, is I'm giving weight to both the delivery of housing per se and market housing, which is very significant positive weight, and that is pretty much agreed in the Statement of Common Ground with the local authority. It's agreed in the main Statement of Common Ground, and in relation to housing and affordable housing, it's also agreed in the Housing Statement of Common Ground. I also give very significant weight to the delivery of affordable housing. So I've got two weightings there, both to market housing and to affordable housing, which, in the evidence of Mr. Stacey, is evidenced and justified in my opinion. Yeah, we've got this this open space at 10.10. I do say major open space. I probably ought to clarify that in terms of the council's SPD definitions, this doesn't classify as major open development. So just that major probably is just immediately open space. But as I've mentioned, there's a kickabout area in there. There's an opportunity for that for children's play area, significantly in excess of the council's policy requirement. It's accessible to local residents. So again, I'm looking at the delivery of all that area is a benefit. It's a benefit to the wider community, not just the residents of this site.
Just so I understand it, then what you're saying is, I mean, it far exceeds what the policy requires. Collectively, you were describing it as a major space, but because the council defined that, you're just encouraging us to guard against using that phrase.
Yeah, we're not putting football pitches up here. They define major open development as sports pitches, more formal sports provision. I just wanted to draw the distinction. That's not what we're proposing on site here. It's more informal.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Is there anything else? I mean, we know how you see the balance in this case.
Just bear with me a second. I mean, I just add there are other benefits we have. I'm not going to waste further time, but in terms of the other benefits, the one thing I would add is that just to draw attention to my evidence, that I have gone through and looked at the footnote 8, footnote 7, the criteria in terms of the most important NPPF policies, going full circle to 11D, it's footnote 9. So my planning balance does seek to go through and identify how we are having regard to and in accordance with those particular elements of the NPPF that are now highlighted in paragraph 11D. It's agreed that the site is in a sustainable location. We've talked about the bus services. When the application was submitted, there was the Spondon flyer service that got pulled during the processing of the application. There are new services. We've got a note on that. The nearest bus stop is from end of this month, early next month, going to be back in use, which is 400 or so metres, and from the 350 metres from the site entrance, 400 and odd metres from the centre of the site. So that is going to be available. The council have only secured funding for 1 year, so we'll come on to this tomorrow in terms of contributions. But yes, that service will be live from next month.
Yeah. Good.
Can I just ask, before I come to Mr. Richard, perhaps take a short gem before we do cross-examination, but just on this major open space point, from looking at the 106, my interpretation was it's a contribution for an off-site provision, which seems to be calculated in that manner. I don't know if you can provide any further clarity on.
Yeah, there's two requirements. So there is a requirement for off-site contributions for major open space. Hence why I was just trying to draw that distinction from my error in calling it major open space on site. In the SPD, there's amenity open space, which is required to be provided on site, and there's a provision in the 106 for amenity open space, and then there's major open space. On large schemes, they can be provided on site, but obviously a scheme of this nature can't be provided on site, so that is via financial contribution. So there's two distinct forms of open space.
Okay. Thank you. Take just a short adjournment and come back for 3 o'clock for Mr. Richards. Thank you. on the couple of plan extracts, but could I ask that the actual version that's uploaded onto the website is in colour, just so there's full confirmation? That'd be helpful. Could I ask one of the parties, just for the benefit of everyone in the room and anyone watching, just to summarise what the agreed note actually concludes? That'd be helpful, please.
Okay. So, sorry. Yeah, it would be very helpful for you to see this note in colour. I'm looking at it myself, and the route is difficult to see in black and white. So, yeah, as the note says, this only came to light the day after the exchange of evidence. It was an announcement by Arriva Midlands that's introducing a new Route 21, provide a further link between Derby, Charleston and Spondon. And it says the route will begin operation on Saturday, the 19th of April, 2025, 7 days a week. And the existing 20 service is now going to be extended to serve Spondon. And this will include the stop at the end of Royal Hill Road, which is closest to the appeal site. So this will provide a direct bus to the city centre and connections to local shops and medical centre containing the district centre. So what's included here is an identification of the route. So we've got the route maps, which will be better to be seen in colour. And then there's also further down a proposed Service 19 route as well. So this is a different bus operator, I believe, that's now proposing a loop service round to Spondon train station, which is further to the south from the appeal site, image 3. Proposed Service 19 route shows that link service coming past the application site and linking down to the Spondon train station. That provides a service that runs between Derby and Nottingham. There's then the timetable. Timetables attached for 2021 and the 19 service as well. So you'll see the degree of frequency that's being proposed. The weekday services, and they, as I understand it, have been fundings agreed in place at the moment for those to run for a year at the moment.
Thank you for that. Thank you for confirming. Okay, I'll hand over to Mr. Richards to commence cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lees, good afternoon. You tell us in paragraph 1.4 that Pegasus became involved at the planning application stage with this site. So there was no involvement by Pegasus before this application was made. Are you aware of anybody else having previously been promoting this site or otherwise bringing it onto the local authorities' radar?
No, we were involved in advance of, we weren't just involved when the application was submitted. We were involved in advance of that. We were in discussions with officers for some time, actually. So we've been given sort of strategy advice to Miller Homes with it through consultation with officers, asking us, please await the local plan, please await the local plan.
Okay.
There is no local plan, there is no local plan.
So when...
So in discussions with officers, we said, look, the plan's not coming, we're just, you know, we're going to submit an application.
When roughly did it come onto the local authority radar?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I really couldn't.
It plainly wasn't. It plainly wasn't during the 2012 Green Wedge review.
It was not. Miller Homes did not have an interest then. It wasn't being promoted. No. This site was not being promoted through and as part of that core strategy part 1 examination.
And then you tell us, and we've seen from the minutes, you presented at committee This,
Yep.
so you had your 3 minutes of fame. And so you would have read in advance the officer report.
Yes.
You would have constructed your 3-minute presentation and delivered it. And to the extent that you felt that the officer report was materially in error, no doubt you would have corrected the committee. You would have put the committee straight on where you thought any material and significant errors were in the officer report.
I used my 3 minutes to say what I thought was going to be helpful for
Yes.
members to listen to.
I mean, what's been suggested?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. From recollection, I didn't. From recollection, I didn't identify that particular point in my presentation.
Well, yes, you've realised what the particular point is I'm referring to, because in the committee report at this inquiry, and it's core document 3.02, page 13, in the section on green wedge impact. You've highlighted the advice in the written report, which begins in the second paragraph of 7.2, the green wedge policy is, yeah?
Yep.
Still considered to be relevant. I think you don't complain about it being relevant.
It's material.
Yeah, it's material. What you do complain about is the description as being up to date. Because it's not up to date, because it's deemed to be out of date by footnote 7. Yeah. Lastly, it's described as being consistent with the aims of the NPPF. You don't take issue with that?
What I say in my evidence is that the principle of green wedges is consistent. What isn't, I say it's consistent. The NPPF doesn't mention green wedges. It doesn't talk about having these sorts of designations in the NPPF. But so what I'm saying and what I've said in evidence in my is that the principle of green wedges isn't inconsistent with the NPPF in terms of its aims and objectives, but the construct and wording of the policy is. Right.
Okay. So, well, we'll come back to that when we come to the policy. And then the officers say, accordingly, weight can therefore be given to the policy given its consistency with national policy and has successfully tested at previous planning appeals. Now, that's a reference to what is now and it keeps changing, paragraphs 200 and the paragraph that says you give 232, yes. Policies can be given weight according to their degree of consistency with the framework. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yep.
So what the officers are saying in that advice, okay, they're saying that it's relevant, up to date and consistent, but they're saying give it weight on the basis of its consistency. Yeah?
Yeah, but paragraph 3.2 is talking about policies that were adopted or made prior to the publication of the framework. This policy wasn't made prior to the publication of the framework.
Yes, CP18 was adopted prior to this framework, the 2024 framework.
The 2024 one, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
The original framework.
No,
this particular framework, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So, but I'm right, aren't I? The officers were saying, give it weight on its degree of consistency.
Yes, weighting, it's out of date.
Yes.
There's an issue between whether it's out of date and then how much weight you give it in the decision-making process.
Yeah.
Just because it's out of date doesn't mean you give it no weight.
Correct. You can give it weight, in particular, in accordance with its consistency with the framework.
You can indeed.
Yeah. And that's what the officers are saying there. So
No,
they're misdescribing it as up to date, but that misdescription actually is not affecting the advice that officers say should be given to it as to weight.
I don't, well, if you come to, for me, it's out of date. So you give it less weight because it's out of date. Then you look at its consistency with the MPPF, and then you decide what weight to give it in the context of it being out of date. There's a distinction there.
I give you that the officers are not saying give it less weight because it's out of date, but then similarly not saying give it full weight because it is up to date. They're saying give it weight according to its consistency with the framework.
That's what they're saying, but they are, that is what they're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but what they are saying that in the context of ignoring the fact that it's out of date. So the weight that you give it would be informed by whether it's out of date or not.
Okay. Well, in any event, if this was a thoroughly bad and materially confusing and misleading piece of advice, you would have corrected it at the committee meeting, wouldn't you?
I used my 3 minutes to put over what I thought members would listen to in terms of me trying to talk to members about whether that the officers have made an error in it being out of date. I don't think would have made a great deal of difference to how members would have voted.
In that case, if you didn't think it was a good use of your precious 3 minutes, did you, in advance of the committee meeting, ask the officers to correct the position?
No.
Right. That's because it didn't strike you as being a materially misleading piece of advice to the committee. Otherwise, you surely would have said to the officers, you've gone seriously wrong here. You're about to advise the committee in a misleading or an unreasonable way. You didn't say that to the officers. It didn't strike you as being materially misreading or unreasonable at the time, did it?
At the time, it's recommended for approval. In the context of this being recommended for refusal, then that is an aspect we probably would have focused a little bit more on. It was recommended for approval, so I was looking at what I would, so yes, in that context, they gave weight to the policy in that report. They still came to the conclusion, even the fact that they gave it, perhaps I would say, in the context of not considering it out of date, without going through that process before they weighed it, then they may well have given it perhaps more weight than I would have given it. But even in that weighing, they still came to the conclusion that the application should be recommended for approval.
Yeah. But when things are recommended for approval, developers' agents are equally keen to ensure that the report doesn't contain an error that's materially misleading that might allow a disappointed local resident to run off to the High Court in an application for judicial review. So there's an incentive to identify material errors in reports even when they are recommended for approval.
But if it had been approved, that error would have been inconsequential, wouldn't it?
Well, thank you very much. It's an inconsequential error.
If the outcome was for the application to have been approved. It was. Yeah, sorry.
Let's get to the merits of let's get to the merits of the appeal, shall we?
I was just saying that it's the what my position on that is. There's just a degree of weight that the out of date point has to come before you then weigh its consistency with the MPPF, and therefore there's just that balance there between that step of looking at it out of date and then weighing it was missed. That's my position.
Okay. Let's then please go to the decision-taking framework / route map. The common ground that the tilted balance is engaged through NPPF 11D2 for reasons which you've explained. And the reason, this case turns, doesn't it, essentially, on the outcome of the tilted balance.
Yes.
Yeah. That's because the tilted balance is such a material, a weighty material consideration that it will result in a decision other than in accordance with the development plan. In other words, it will trump the development plan indication that the application should be refused.
It does.
Yeah, so that's the route map. It's common ground between us that the development plan indicates a refusal. The argument is, in effect, does the tilted balance therefore outweigh that? Does the outcome of the tilted balance outweigh that?
Yeah, you apply the tilted balance, and yeah, the tilted balance is that the disbenefits have got to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits.
Yes.
That's what has to be proven.
And there's only one set of harms to balance. That's harm to the green wedge. Mm-hmm. And the harm to the green wedge will be the same whether there's a 3-year or a 10-year housing land supply, won't it?
The harm in itself, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The harm doesn't change as the housing land supply goes up and down. What changes is the weight of the benefits as the housing land supply goes up and down.
Yep.
Yeah. So the harm is the harm, whatever the land supply.
Yes, you look at those separately.
Yeah.
You look at the harm and you weigh it against the benefits. That's correct. Yeah.
So you don't say, for example, well, I'm going to give less weight to the harm because there's only a 3.85 years land supply. What you say is, I'm going to give more weight to the benefits because there's only a 3.85 year housing land supply.
Yes.
Yeah. And so far as the green wedge review is concerned, you noted, did you, the references in the green wedge review to the brand new MPPF that I looked at with Mrs. Ellinsfield earlier, the reference to the fact that the NPPF is a game changer, and now we've got to look harder at places like green wedges in order to boost significantly the land the supply of land for housing.
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't need to revisit that. But you did go to the green wedge review conclusions in chief. And can we just look at what the conclusion was for this green wedge, which is on page 68. 68.
Yep.
I got that wrong earlier. And the overall conclusion was, right at the third bullet point in 15.25, this green wedge is not considered to have any potential capacity for new development from a green wedge perspective. Now, I thought you indicated that you thought that the only piece of land that it had been looked at in the green wedge review was the Acorn Way site.
It was.
But that's not, but... Ah, right. Okay. Is that your position, that the only piece of land that was looked at by the authors was the Acorn Way site?
As part of this green wedge, if you go to paragraph 1.10, that sets out what the report does.
Yes.
So, introduction. So it talks about the green wedges, what they do. 1.10 says, this review seeks to establish the different roles and functions of each of 13 green wedges in order to help assess whether the principle of each individual green wedge can still be justifiably maintained. It also seeks to review all of the potential development sites that have been promoted to the City Council that are located wholly or partially within green wedges. The review seeks to identify those promoted sites that may have a degree of potential for new development without undermining the key roles, functions and overall character of the green wedges. So the review just looked at those, what it would probably be, can seem to be potentially deliverable sites for determining whether they're going to include them as allocations in the local plan, in the core strategy. So they, to my mind, this report did not just look at green wedges as a whole. I think, are there any bits of this green wedge that could be suitable for development? It just looked at those sites that were being promoted at that time.
Right, but we know from the page 91 in the Green Wedge Review and figure 2.7 that that's not the case, don't we? Because there were areas of land with potential other than those being promoted, which were identified.
No, only sites that were being promoted. What that plan does distinction is between those sites that were promoted. So it says, let's have a look at that there. That's my view of it. So you've got promoted sites with potential capacity. You've got promoted sites with no capacity. And then that area with most potential and least potential relates to the promoted sites. That's not additional areas, to my mind. They are that yellow area are parts of the promoted. So what part of the promoted site has got most potential or least potential?
Okay, so on that basis, you wouldn't find any potential for change outside a promoted site?
No, this report wasn't looking at the potential or the potential for development to be located in green wedges beyond the sites that were being promoted.
Turn to page 73, please. As an example. There we can see the report in the right-hand picture identifying a potential for change outside the promoted site, can't we?
No, I was involved in that site. That was the site that was being promoted.
No, but on the right hand of the two diagrams, figure 2.58,
yeah.
potential for change is the shaded area.
But that's only in the context of the promoted site. So it's looked at the promoted site and said yes, but if it's obviously looked at if you're going to include that as a site, then that's, to me, that's rounding off in terms of how you then might adjust the green wedge boundaries if you're going to include that site as an allocation. I don't see any areas, says confidently, you're probably going to find one for me now, that are not related to the promoted sites.
Okay. Well, anyway, the yellow area on the plan at the end must mean something, mustn't it?
As I've just said, yes.
Yeah,
Thanks,
all
just
right.
explained.
Okay, let's leave that. Let's... Now, the other element of CP18 that you criticise is that it doesn't allow for a balancing exercise in line with the NPPF.
Yes.
Yeah. The requirement for such a balancing exercise was in the original NPPF, wasn't it? That's where the balancing exercise first started.
Yes.
Yeah. So CP18 was adopted and examined against the 2012 NPPF. Well, let me put it this way. As a result of the 2012 NPPF, policy CP1A was inserted into the plan, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you'll recall that we looked at that briefly yesterday. That's the policy that introduces a presumption in favour of sustainable development into the plan.
Yes.
Yeah. So the balancing exercise is in the plan. Not every policy in the plan has its own internal balancing exercise, does it?
No.
And it's not required to, is it?
It isn't required to. It's an issue of how you deal with sort of the application of those policies in the context of your housing supply as well. So it's not just in terms of whilst I've explained its inconsistency with the NPPF, in being a policy that prevents housing development, which this does, then as a policy, it is, given that prevention and given the lack of any balancing, where you've got a lack of a supply, then yes, that is inconsistent with
but the policy is set in two contexts, isn't it? The policy is set in the context of the plan as a whole.
Yep.
And you read the plan as a whole, don't you?
Yep.
And section 38.6 tells us to reach a conclusion in accordance with the development plan, which we know means as a whole. Yes? Yeah. And then the other context is the unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So it also sits in the context of the NPPF as a material consideration.
Yes, it is
Yeah.
a material consideration.
But that doesn't mean to say that the policy is somehow defective because it doesn't contain within the confines of the policy all possible references to other policies and all possible references to other material considerations, does it? That's just how the way we approach the policy.
No, that's right. No,
Yeah.
that's right. It's what the policy. It's a protectionist policy.
Yes.
It's a protectionist policy that restricts housing growth.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what the policy does. It's a policy for the supply. It is a policy that restricts the supply of housing. So, in the context of what the NPPF is seeking to do, and what this new NPPF in particular is seeking to do, is to boost significantly the supply of housing. So it's in restricting that binary approach to not allow any residential development here at all, in the context of the objective of the NPPF to boost significantly the supply of housing. That's why I'm sort of looking at the context of that being out of date as a consequence.
Okay. So if we look at the policy, I agree with you. Part A sets up a policy presumption against development that isn't mentioned in one of those categories.
Yes.
Because it says development in the green wedge is limited to. Yeah. And then part B says that ensures that development, we could read in brackets, that does take place, doesn't do the following things. So that would be read against the development that does take place because it's one of the 7 categories,
Yep.
or development that takes place as an exception to the 7 categories. You don't say that because my scheme is not mentioned in categories 1 to 7, I therefore don't have to comply with B, or C, or D, or E, or F. You pray those in aid as you are complying with them.
So the way I look at it, the way I'm reading the policy, is, you have to be one of those 1 to 7 criteria. If you just went to B and you didn't have 1, then yes. If you just said ensure development does not endanger the open character countryside, blah blah blah, then there'd be if you were saying that should apply to any development proposal, then you wouldn't have A, would you? You wouldn't have 1 to 7. Why, why would you define those criteria if you just want to ensure that development does not endanger the open and undeveloped character of the wedge?
But they're doing separate things. They're setting up, the A is setting up a presumption where development will be allowed.
Yep.
B is talking about development that happens either because it's allowed or as an exception. So if the situation is such that an exception should be made to paragraph A, then B applies, as well as...
Yeah, I read B as meaning that development that falls under them categories also needs to come forward so it doesn't endanger the open and undeveloped character of the wedge.
Right. And then lastly, there's been a debate about what K means and why it's there. I think I agree with the appellant's suggestion that it's there both to ensure that if anybody put in a planning application for an urban extension, it would apply, but also for plan making in a Part 2 plan, or indeed even a neighbourhood plan, I guess.
Yeah, it clearly envisages future urban extensions, and that in considering those, the principle of the green wedge should continue.
All right. If we look at Mrs. Ellison's appendix 1 plan, we can see where the nature reserve is. It's got a duck on it.
Yes.
Yes. And then just north of the duck is another area where it is hoped that public open space would be extended to. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah. As I understand it, you're not claiming additional weight in this case for opening up that area of potential open space. You're not claiming that you're going to be able to deliver that, probably because the land's not within your client's control.
That's, I don't know that for fact, but that's probably correct.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to check. So the land that's in the control of Miller Homes doesn't extend further westwards than the appeal site?
No, what I've been informed is that Miller Homes' land interest only extends to that red edge.
Okay. Lastly, in the Green Wedge review, please, while we've got it open, can we go to page 33? One of the consequences of live streaming proceedings such as this is that somebody will ring in and say, that there are other parts of green wedges that have got development on 4 sides and that the appeal site is not unique. On page 33, you can see the Mickleover Littleover wedge. And can you see the junction of the 2 roads?
Yep.
And there's a site in the middle which I'm told is known as the Hollow. Yep. That you might be aware of. And that's got development on 4 sides, hasn't it?
It's got development around it, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But there are, yes, they are, all I would say is that they are few and far between.
Few and far between, I would accept. My arm's been twisted over the fact that it's being described as unique. The other thing that's from the policy that is accepted is essential buildings and activities ancillary to existing education establishments. So that, an exception appears to be being made for schools.
It does, yes.
And we've got a school in the Green Wedge here, haven't we? The West.
Quite a big one, yeah.
Quite a big school, yeah. I wonder if that's because communities regard schools as shared assets, and therefore the school in the Green Wedge wouldn't be thought by the residents of Chaddeston to be Spondon creeping towards them, and by the residents of Spondon wouldn't be regarded as Chaddeston creeping towards them because it's a shared asset. Might that be the reason why schools are accepted?
I don't think so. You know, if you've got built form, you've got built form. It may be, but my suggestion would be that obviously with schools, whilst you get, you know, quite utilitarian buildings, large buildings, you also get quite significant play areas and recreational areas. So my view is that a number of the green wedges were formulated in areas where there were schools, and they didn't want to resist the need for the council to expand schools for a growing city, to accommodate a growing city. So my view is they put that in there because they knew the green wedges contained a number of schools, and they didn't want to you know, force them to open new schools to meet the growing demands of expanding schools to accommodate growth needs.
The land that is currently being used for horses, that the inspector will either have seen or will see, that's a land use at the choice of the landowner, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. If it's not strictly an agricultural use, the land could revert back to agriculture if we ever needed to because of a war in Ukraine or whatever, or other national emergency.
I've not looked at the planning history specifically, whether it's established use for that, but obviously it's a, you know, horticulture is a different. It doesn't. It's not an agricultural use by definition, so. No. You might need to have a planning permission for it to go back to agriculture. But
it's not an irreversible. If it was a material change of use, it's not an irreversible change of use.
Indeed, it's not.
No. Okay. So to describe it as being there's no loss of agricultural land is stretching a point by building houses on the appeal site, isn't it?
It's not stretching a point because it's not agricultural land.
No.
So we're not. It isn't agricultural land. So
it probably once was.
It probably once was.
And if houses are built on it, it never will be again.
No.
Yeah. The next round of plan making, as I understand the way your case has been put, because the council failed to bring forward a Part 2 plan, and because the council has been referring as long ago as 2021 to the next local plan, i.e. the local plan to replace both the core strategy and a non-existent Part 2 plan, and therefore the saved policies of the previous plan, you have absolutely no confidence that this council will bring forward a new local plan. Is that right?
Very, very little confidence.
Right.
In short time. I've seen the local development scheme. That wasn't on the website when I put my evidence together. It says February 2025. I'm sure it's not been on the website that long. And I see what it says. But yes, I'd love to see Derby bring forward a local plan.
Yes.
It's been, the city needs a new local plan. It desperately needs a new local plan. I'm not here hoping they don't bring one forward, but my confidence in it is very small.
Okay. The evidence that the inspector does have about the actual work being done towards the new local plan is not simply the local development scheme, because that's not evidence that anything's being done, but it's core document 9.04. the position paper that you have referred to in your evidence?
Yes.
Which tells us in the introduction on the first page, in the first line, that Derby City Council commenced work on a new local plan in early 2022. So just after the December 2021 Cabinet report that said, in effect, we're going to bring forward a new local plan covering the whole of the area and abandon any thought of a Part 2 plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
As the rest of that paragraph indicates, an important factor was the introduction of something called standard methods, and then including the one that gave Derby a 35% uplift as one of the 20 cities. That was the catalyst that said, we can't do this by a non-strategic Part 2 plan. We're going to have to do a complete new local plan. Yes?
Yes.
That's what's indicated. And that makes common sense, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah. And then it records, helpfully for us, what we know in the second paragraph, that during the last round of plan making, the City Council was unable to accommodate all its objectively assessed need for housing within the city boundaries.
Sorry, say that again.
Yes. The last round of plan making, i.e. the
unable?
2017 plan.
Sorry, so I thought you said was able.
No, it was not able.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That's why I asked again. Sorry.
Yeah. And officers within, and then three paragraphs below, the paragraph that begins following discussions with housing market area partners. Do you see that paragraph? Officers start work on a desktop review looking at land capacity within Derby because they want to know an indication of the potential scale of any shortfall in terms of Derby's ability to meet its own housing needs. That's what it says.
It does. I mean, for me, the driving force behind that is the neighbouring authorities desperately keen to progress their plans, needing to know what is the capacity of Derby City, because we can't progress our plans unless we know what the capacity of Derby City is. So So, you know, in terms of actually under the duty to cooperate that we still have, and in terms of those neighbouring authorities in the housing market area wanting and needing to progress their plans, they had to know, well, how many can Derby take? What are you asking us as neighbouring authorities for us to take? So this is that capacity study is principally to inform the South Derbyshire and the Amber Valley plans, and to give credible evidence to for those to examine how much of Derby's needs they need to accommodate. I
wouldn't disagree with you that that was one of the purposes of it. Yes, because they needed to know. And then we can see on the third page in Table 1 a summary of the desktop review findings. Which included potential capacity in both the green wedges and the green belt.
Yes.
It's not clear whether that capacity in the green wedges is on top of the 2,000 already identified, or whether it's on top of, it's just 1,100 from sites that have not been built out yet.
Well, no, it is clear, because number one is it's sites with plan permission and allocations. So you've got a separate figure for allocations. So those sites that were taken out of the green wedge as part of the core strategy part 1 were allocated. So any of those sites that haven't yet come forward are captured by number 1.
I understand.
So 4 green wedges, that is all new green wedge that hasn't yet been identified.
Okay. And then underneath that table, this study utilised a no stone left unturned approach. That's what it says? Yeah, okay. And express references to considering land with the green wedges and the green belt and employment land and all the other categories. And we then go on to the 4th page under the heading ACOM Independent Review. Following completion of the initial officer-level desk-based work, the emerging capacity position was shared with the relevant officers from Amber Valley and South Derbyshire. And understandingly, and the findings were interrogated in detail. Understandably, those neighbouring officers would have been a bit nervous that Derby wasn't confessing to the full capacity that was available.
I know that for a fact.
Yes. And therefore, they asked ACOM to do an independent review.
Indeed.
Yeah. So ACOM did. And they came up, and Derby, having come up with a figure of a range between 11,900 to 13,600, ACOM came up with a figure that we can see on the 5th page. There's a list of bullet points of key findings from the independent ACOM review. Yeah. Then underneath that, it says, importantly, ACOM considered the initial assessment of capacity to be robust. However, given their views on the viability and deliverability of sites and locations, particularly the recommendation around city centre capacity and windfall allowance, they recommended a lower capacity of 10,400 as being more, as being more realistic.
Yeah, I mean, you raised a good point there. Clearly the concern of Derby putting forward too much capacity in regeneration sites that might not come forward. So it's trying to be realistic about, the capacity of, as it says there, city centre and windfall allowances. So it's just looking at the robustness of the assumptions that were being made about, how many it could deliver. That isn't reducing it for green wedge sites by the look of it.
Well, after that, we can see that officers at Derby City did some further work. Top of the next page, March 2023 capacity update. And that resulted in an updated capacity figure of 12,041. In other words, Derby City did some further work and said, actually, ACOM, we don't accept the 10,400 figure. We think it's 12,041. Yep. And then that figure pretty much survives, because in June we can see the figure became, top of the 6th page, 4 lines down, 12,361. And then in the paragraph underneath the 3 bullet points, based on the June 23 updates, a revised position of about 12,500 rounding up. Further update the following year, May 2024, 12,247. And then over the page again, current position, July 2024. They've stuck with the 12,500 figure.
Yep, it's taken them 2 years to
Absolutely.
Go through that process.
And then how that 12,500 figure is made up, we see in Appendix 3, which is the very last page in this document, page 18. We've got net completions, major site permissions, small site permissions, windfalls, losses, and then potential new capacity, 5,100. And then that 5,100 is broken down in the table underneath it, which includes 615 from green wedge releases. Yeah? Yep. But nothing from the green belt. and then you heard, and this is all of the officer work, you heard Councillor Holmes yesterday saying, in terms, well, if it comes to a choice between the green belt and Derby going outwards, or going into the green wedges, he didn't say that the green belt would be chosen, but he did say that it won't be the green wedges. Do you remember him saying that?
I thought he said it won't be the green belt.
No, and he said it won't be the green wedges. But anyway, that's going to be an argument to have, isn't it? There are going to be people with banners saying "Save the green belt," and there are going to be people saying with banners saying "Save the green wedge," and then somebody will have to choose.
But yeah, and again, this just comes to my point about the difficulty and sensitivity in Derby. It's taken over 2 years for this report to come and see the light of day. And you've just highlighted there a particular sensitivity between releasing green wedge sites. You know, members are there saying it's not green wedge. This officer-led report is saying you need to release green wedges.
Yeah.
You know, officer independently been reviewed that's saying that you can release green wedges. Clearly they've looked at this. You know, there was a capacity figure of 1,100. It's come down to 600 because they've looked at maintaining the principle of green wedges. It's not here. I haven't got the evidence, but looking at how they've gone through the process, they've gone through the exercise that looks at, you know, the policy and criteria K, can the principle of the green wedge be maintained? And that is their advice. Their view is that you can accommodate 615 dwellings there or thereabouts on green wedge locations whilst maintaining the principles. The officer report undertook an assessment of our impact on green wedge and came to the view that it wasn't significantly harmful, that notwithstanding not considering CP18 is out of date, that balancing exercise was in favour of granting planning permission. So, you know, we haven't got the evidence of, you know, what are the sites, where are these 615 green wedge sites?
I agree with you. This is all the evidence we've got.
We haven't got it. This is what we've got. But the 2 points there is the principle of releasing green wedges for housing is accepted at officer level. There's a resistance at it from member level. And the time it's taken for this to come to this point.
No doubt that will come out in the Reg 18 consultation.
Let's hope so.
Now, we've got the LDS for the timetable, which we know. The inspector will be able to take a view as to whether or not there's likely to be any slippage. But if that LDS timetable is adhered to, then this plan, this forthcoming plan, would be an old style plan rather than a new style plan of the form to be described in regulations that we don't yet have.
I don't know yet. I mean, there's a massive if in your supposition there, Mr. Richards. If the LDS timetable is adhered to, we don't know precisely when the new regulations are coming out, how that's going to impact the plan-making process, how far Derby have got, whether they choose to, what they choose to do in terms of progressing, what the regulations may say that may direct Derby to go down.
Well, all we've got is the government's consultation response that says a date. This LDS is plainly, the timetable is plainly fits in with submitting an old style plan and not waiting for the regulations to tell us how to do a new style plan.
Precisely, but the reasons for the delay previously was the government's changed things. There's the new standard method. There's something else that's come around the corner that's caused Derby City to delay matters. All I'm saying is that when the new regulations come in, there's a risk that will cause them to delay matters.
Yes, and then I think lastly, you've set out in your proof the components of the benefits side of the balance.
Yes.
We know what the component of the harm side of the balance is, but there are also matters that are neutral in the balance, aren't there? So things like ecological impact, protecting species and habitats, that's neutral. There's no harm. There's BNG net gain, but there's no further gain on top of that.
No, just because you're not harming protected species, you can't claim that as a benefit.
Correct, it's neutral. Yeah. And the same thing with designated and non-designated heritage asset impact, that's noise. And air quality, noise and light pollution, that's neutral.
Absolutely.
effect on trees, that's neutral.
Yeah, I'm not claiming it as a benefit. I'm just claiming that, you know, in terms of sustainable and high quality design, that's where I'm saying that we accord with the MTPA.
Highway safety and capacity impact, that's neutral.
Yes.
Flood risk and drainage, that's neutral.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I was going to say landscape and visual impact, that's neutral, because that's the council's case, but you've said, well, I've actually allowed a little bit of harm for that. Yeah. But I'm not going to submit that there is any, because that's the council's position. All right. Let me just check my notes, please. See whether I had any. Thank you, Mr. Lees. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions related to benefits. We just come back, I think we've already touched on paragraph 10.10 of your proof in relation to major open space. I think you set out there the 1.12 hectares of amenity green space is going to be provided, which is in excess of the relevant policy and SPD requirement. I noticed the 106 secures what I believe is the policy compliant requirement, I think 3,150 square metres. Can you just provide clarification on the purported uplift and where that would come from or how that would be secured? That would be useful.
Yeah, I had a conversation this morning about that very particular point in the 106, is it expresses, so the 106 agreement at the moment expresses a quantum which equates to the area formula relative to the number of occupants and dwellings, which is just over 3,100 square metres or so. There is I believe there are conditions, this is something I wanted to sort out between now and tomorrow morning's session, sir, in terms of making sure that we have the provisions in place. That's the count, so that what's in the 106 is what the council require. We are providing more. In terms of securing that, we have a condition, and we look at the conditions, it's on site, it's what we're providing. So we just want to make sure that we're not doubling up between the conditions and the 106 agreement, and trying to get that agreed before the session tomorrow morning, sir.
And is there also going to be clarification in terms of the 1.1 hectare measurement for major open space? We talked about potentially a contribution being secured for that, but is that on top of, perhaps we can provide clarification tomorrow even, but is that on top of the 1.12? I will clarify that. I will clarify that tomorrow, because that is that's how we've, I think, described it. So there's 2 point whatever it is. As I said, it's about half the site which is not going to be developed. So we've got around, obviously allowing for balancing and infrastructure provision, we've probably got around 2 hectares or so of land that isn't going to be developed, that is available for landscaping and access, footpaths and community use. Those descriptions have come from how we've put it forward in the design and access statement in terms of what we're proposing to put forward, but that's why I was just saying it isn't actually major open space because we don't quite qualify for the description in the SPD.
So there's around 2 hectares that we're saying we're going to be providing on site, which I'm praying in aid of that as a benefit, that is going to be accessible for the public. But just to make, we will make sure that that is clear through the conditions of the 106 before the session tomorrow morning.
Thank you. And just one more point in the scope of benefits as well. Paragraph 10.17, where you make reference to the provision of a financial contribution to introduce a new bus service to serve the bus stops closest to the site. I know we've already spoken about bus services already coming through, through the note that has been produced. But am I right to consider there's no guarantee that the contribution that's going to be made should be directed in this manner, in terms of how the 106 is set out? It's not ring-fence for contribution to bus services, is it?
It does mention bus services in terms of how it's going to be spent. So that, I mean, the bus is being provided now. The intention, the consultation response from Highways that the contribution was required for the bus service. Yes, it would be, for my own purposes, it should be directed specifically to the bus service, because, as I say, these services are in now, but they're only secured for 1 year at the moment. That will be reviewed, so there may still be a requirement for some contribution to that bus service to make sure it continues to serve the residents of this development. But yes, we'll just look at that in terms of how that money's spent.
So that's going to be looked at in your review of the 106 specific word. Yeah, I'm just check. I've got nothing else to say, and I'll come to interested parties who might have a question. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Are there any interested parties who want to ask questions of Mr. Lees in reference to his evidence?
Just want to make a very brief point of clarification.
Can I just say that this is the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Lees specifically, not necessarily to set out further comments in support of the proposal necessarily, but so you've had your opportunity to address the inquiry that manner, so it's an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Lees.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I could have the opportunity to mention something tomorrow, you say?
No, but this opportunity is to ask questions of Mr. Lees, and obviously in reference to his specific evidence and the points that you've heard. It's not a further opportunity to, I don't know what you're planning to say, but I don't know if you're planning to endorse your own case.
Point of clarification, sir.
Okay.
If I can, just briefly.
Yep.
Welcome the new bus services in Spondon. Just point out that Spondon via Chaddiston to Derby is not direct like the Spondon flyer was and the Ilkeston flyer is. You correctly mentioned about it's 1 year. The other point is it refers here to the yarn spinner at Stoney Lane, and I just point out that was a public house with a large car park, which was demolished to put more houses on, emphasising what I said yesterday about various sites where there's been input.
Thank you. You got any response at all, Mr. Lees?
No, it's yeah, I'm happy with those comments. That's fine.
Thank you. No problem. Okay, I'll hand to Mr. Young.
Very quickly, you were asked about the committee report and the question of the officer's approach to the policy. Can you just take that up and go to section 7.2 on page 13, 3.02 is the document. Okay, and it says the green wedge policy in the second paragraph is still considered to be relevant. You agree to be a material consideration, and up to date, which you said you disagreed with, and then consistent with the aims of the MPPF, to which my record of your answer is that it was not consistent with the construction and wording of the policy.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what was being suggested to you was that they sort of had the right approach apart from the the fact they failed to acknowledge it was out of date. Did the officers approach this policy in the correct way in light of the fact the council haven't got a 5-year land supply?
No.
No. In addition, do you in your evidence look at the extent to which it's consistent with the MPPF?
No.
Yeah. You don't look at that, but do you take the view, I don't think this point was really put to you, but do you take the view that if it's consistent with the MPPF, which isn't your evidence, then you don't need to consider whether it's out of date, or that's rather inelegant, isn't it? If it's out of date because of a lack of 5-year land supply, what's the importance of that? And is it reduced because of consistency with the MPPF? In other words, does it not matter that you haven't got a shortfall?
No, it is. Just because it's not up to date doesn't mean it's not relevant and it's not material. But looking at how you apply the policy, whether you consider it up to date does impact, to my mind, on the weight that you then give it and its relevance in the context of the MPPF and how much weight you give it to boost, the objective to boost significantly the supply of housing. The government is never going to achieve its objectives. Councils are never going to achieve their objectives by applying such binary policies rigidly. They just can't. The two don't square. So if you're out of date because of the 5-year housing land supply shortfall, you have to reduce the weight. The fact that it may be consistent with some elements of the MPPF, there's some elements of it. The principle of the green wedges in itself isn't inconsistent with the green wedge. I accept that. But in the context of the MPPF, in the context of the lack of a 5-year housing land supply, which is what I was talking about earlier, and the need to achieve the objective of the MPPF, a key objective of the MPPF to boost significantly supply of housing, applying such policies rigidly doesn't go. So the weight that you give that, as I'm saying, the weight in this case may have been greater to be placed on CP18 than I would suggest it should be, but the conclusion is still that the tilted balance weighs in favour of the development, even though I would probably put less weight on the application of policy CP18.
Yeah, you said I would probably put less weight on it. The officers in the next sentence said accordingly weight can be given to the policy, but do they actually tell us what weight they gave it?
No.
No. And given that they got it wrong about out of date, and given that you think it's inconsistent with the MPPF, then what confidence have you got that the officers approached the policy correctly?
Well, as I say, my view is in the way that is argued, that they would have given it more weight than I think than the MPPF through 11D directs, and what the decision makers should be giving weight to policy CP18, as court cases have time and again highlighted the fact that you cannot apply these policies rigidly, that they are out of date when you haven't got a 5-year supply. That's the whole point of paragraph 11D part 2.
To what extent is green wedge and the amount of land released from green wedge tied to meeting housing needs in the context of Derby, and how closely related are those two?
Well, they've got, it is, a very sustainable place. They've got a big housing need. They've got a huge affordable housing need. So in terms of actually meeting the requirements of delivery, despite recent success in achieving some regeneration schemes in the city centre, they are still way behind where they need to be on delivery. In the absence of opportunities, other opportunities to deliver housing, they are going to have to look at green wedges. They are going to have to look at green wedges.
4.7 of the Green Belt Review, please. So that is document 9.1 go to page 12, 4.7.
I had it open. Sorry, just bear with me.
Greenbelt review.
Green wedge.
So one thing about Greenbelt.
Sorry, what page?
Or page 12 of the PDF, page 11 in the document. 4.7, please.
Yep.
There are a number of factors, say the authors, that have started to challenge the appropriateness of the existing policy, which also have a bearing upon the wider consideration of the role and function of green wedges in the future. Challenges include what is the first one in that list?
The need to significantly boost housing supply in difficult economic conditions and with a constrained land supply.
What does that tell us about the relationship between the council's failure to meet its housing needs, or between housing needs generally, and green wedge?
Yeah, if it wants to, you know, the tension there that members in particular are under with what the NPPF and what the policy requires us to do is to give, you know, significant weight to boosting the supply of housing. With such limited choice, green wedges have to be reviewed, and green wedges are going to have to be released carefully to maintain the principle, not carte blanche, but they have to be looked at. If there's any chance of Derby getting anywhere near meeting its housing need, it has to look at green wedges.
There's a list of other factors, obviously, that's the first one listed. 4.8 says these issues are the main drivers for changes to green wedge boundaries in the existing policy. Is accommodating housing need a main driver for changes to green wedge boundaries?
Absolutely.
4.9, ultimately Derby is unlikely to be able to accommodate all of its housing needs on brownfield regeneration sites alone, as there's limited capacity within the built-up area of the city. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And then finally, 4.10 in the box, dependent upon the final calculation of housing need, there is likely to be a need to release some greenfield land, potentially around the edge of the city and potentially within green wedges. This means that some of the green wedges will be subject to changes in the future. How relevant is that statement from 2012 to where we are now, 2021, no, 2025, and we still haven't had further Greenbelt Review Part 2?
Yeah, it's very clear that the authors of this report have carefully considered it, know full well that they're going to continue to have to look at the green wedges.
Councillor in cross-examination kept coming back to this point. The date, just reminding myself, is October 2012, 13 years ago. Has there been a Greenbelt Review, deal with up-to-date green wedge reviews, deal with green housing need, unmet housing need since October 2012?
No, not that's been publicly available.
No. Which ties with my two last questions. The 650 that was referred to in terms of green wedge release, but where is that? Where are the 650 units that were referred to, I think, in the Aircom independent review?
Yeah, that's the capacity study. We don't know precisely where they are. No information's been disclosed on where they are, but they will be all sites, a number of sites. Can't believe that's just going to be one huge site in a green wedge. There'll be a number of sites around the 13 of the green wedges where the ACOM and others have looked at the potential for green wedge to be released whilst preserving the principle of the green wedge, and that's 615 houses on land that's presently green wedge.
Okay, forward in the document to 5.12, this relates to the questions about the hollow, which we'll come on to in a moment. But 5.12, page 13, tell me when you're there.
Yep.
It is acknowledged that releasing any land for development within the boundaries of the existing green wedges will have an impact on the function and character of the green wedge in the absence of any further review in the last 13 years, do you think it's legitimate for the inspector to ask himself which sites, as in this appeal, would have the least impact? Is that a relevant consideration?
Yeah, clearly it's relevant to consider the impact and to make sure that the principle of the green wedge is going to be maintained, and to consider the fact that when you look around the green wedges, that there are, hence we've got 615. We haven't got another 2,000. So the opportunity is decreasing in terms of those sites that are being looked at that have the ability to come forward whilst maintaining the principle of the green wedge. So, you know, that is that's something that needs careful consideration in connection with this site in terms of its, in our view, in my view, and in the view of Mrs. Ellingsfield, the impact here is going to be limited. This is a site where there is limited impact on the green wedge. We're not saying no impact, but limited impact where the principle is going to be maintained. So this is, I would expect, to be one of the sites that would have been included in the 615.
Yeah, because the council were challenged yesterday, weren't they, cross-examination, that there's no better sites in the whole of you haven't pointed to any better sites. We know, it's been highlighted today, there's a study looking at 650 units. They didn't provide that in evidence, is that right?
Correct.
What might be the case then if they won't provide that, haven't chosen not to provide that, despite referring to the figure, and your evidence is, you know, this is a sign of very limited impact?
I would, and again, with officers recommending it for approval, leads me to the conclusion that the land is probably one that's been highlighted as available to come forward as part of that 615. But obviously, with the political sensitivity, that hasn't been publicly disclosed.
No. Finally, then the hollow. You were taken to page 34 in this document, and Mr. Richards made the point with the issue of live streaming is you might have somebody who writes in. I couldn't help noticing, as they said, and saying this book development on all sides. Let's be clear about where the hollow is. Go, if you will, please, to 917. See that? 917 is on page 35.
Hang on, sorry. Bear with me. I've come out to go into core document 917.
So no, document, it's the green wedge study, but it's paragraph 917.
I'm there.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it talks about, shall I reference the hollow, potential cross-boundary mixed-use site. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then, if I go forward to 920, next to it is figure 2.19, location of promoted development. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, is that a hollow?
It's part of the green wedge of the hollow. It isn't the site that Mr. Richards was specifically referring to.
No, I'm slightly confused. The hollow doesn't appear to be built development on all sides. Which is the site that you think he was referring to?
It's to the east, so it is on the east side of the hollow.
Okay.
It extends into the Mickleover Golf Course, which is on the northeastern side of the A38. This site, the green wedge. If you go back up the page.
Can I just perhaps short circuit it?
Yep.
Is it the Andrew Close one? Is that the one he was referring to? Which is the other side?
No.
Okay, all right. Hollow.
It's a different site, also today known as the Hollow, but different from the Hollow that it's in the green wedge review.
Okay, it's another hollow.
It's another one.
It begins to sound like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's a different site.
Mr. Lees knows where it is because he knows about the site.
Yeah, but perhaps I do as well. I need to know where it is. Where is it relative to? It's immediately east
Yes.
of the hollow.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, so,
Before you get to the road, the A38.
yes.
Okay. Well, is that surrounded by built development on all sides?
It's got housing development along its western side. At that part of the Green Wedge, it's got roads to the north and the A38. There is, beyond the road infrastructure, Mickleover golf course. But in terms of its relationship to built form, it is heavily influenced by built form, I would concede.
Is it one of the sites identified? Isn't the hollow that's named here? Is it one of the sites that was considered in this report?
It wasn't considered in this report. There is a planning application in on that site at the moment. It is a site that I would expect to be included in that 615. But as I said, there are, again, given that 615 figure, we don't know exactly where those sites are, but this is a site that I would anticipate would be included in that 615, as I would our site.
Okay. It sounds like you know about the application. Are you the applicant?
No.
Are you acting?
No, I was acting on the other side of the road, which is part of the larger SUE at Mickleover, which is in the South Derbyshire local plan. So you've got a little bit of green wedge that's left over, because there is no green wedge in South Derbyshire or in Erewash or in Amber Valley. So you have got this slight difficulty, and officers are trying to work with neighbouring authorities to try and ensure that where you've got growth going out, that there is green wedges. But this is one where it's one where you're still left with an awkward bit of green wedge here.
Okay. Just help me with this. What's the capacity of that site?
It's less than 100, I think.
Okay. Let's give Mr. Richards the benefit of the doubt and say, well, actually, ours is not unique, having built development on four sides. There's this one as well. Other than that, the council identified any others with built development on four sides?
No.
No. And is the release of those two sites, which would add to, I guess, 190 dwellings, is that undermining the green wedge in 13 locations around the city?
No. Well, you have to look at each site on its merits and look at the extent to which that is undermining the principle of the green wedge. The difficulty with that site is it blocks off, development on there would block off the way the green wedge connects with the wider countryside. So whilst it's surrounded and influenced by development, it does have a more negative function on the green wedge than our site does, because our site maintains the function of the green wedge to a much better degree, clearly, than this site would. Because ultimately, you know, if you developed that site, you're blocking off Mickleover golf course, which is a greenfield site. Does it then still perform a wedge function? So that's an interesting consideration, and that's where you've got to look at all these sites on a site-by-site basis, which is why with our site, my evidence and that of Mrs. Ellinsfield is that the principle of the green wedge is clearly maintained. We're not narrowing the gap, and therefore, you know, the impact on the green wedge is one that accords with Criterion K.
I think I now see where it is. Go to figure 2.18.
Yeah, I'm on it.
The hollow as name is actually the bit furthest to the west, below whatever the infrastructure is. The golf course and Andrew Close site is the other side of the A38. It's the bit between those two, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a row of houses that you can see that's washed over green wedge that runs all the way across from the A516 to the north, round to the A38 to the southeast.
Okay, I'm going to hold it up.
It's the kite shape bit.
It's that, isn't it?
Yes.
The bit, yeah.
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 Are you clear with that, sir?
And where those black splodges are.
Triangular.
Yes, it's triad, yeah.
Triangular.
So, developing that, will it cut off the rest of the green wedge?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that what our development's going to do?
No.
Has that site got planning permission?
No.
No. So, are we dealing with apples and pears, to steal a phrase, or apples and apples?
It's apples and pears.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So as we agreed earlier, we moved to the conditions and obligations tomorrow morning, planning obligation. We did discuss the potential for site visit this afternoon. And I did set out around 4 p.m. might be, there might be an appetite to undertake it. I don't know what the party's position is, that you're still content to.
We would be keen to do that, not least of all because I said my landscape at the same to get changed.
Yeah.
And I'm looking through the glass and I can see what appears to be quite a clear and sunny day. It's not far to go, and it won't get dark until 7.
We're available to do it now.
Yeah. I'm flexible to carry out. I'm sure we'd be done by around 6 potentially. If we. Yeah. I mean, we could say to meet at 5:15, and then if we go a little bit over. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, the weather's favourable. I think. I'm not really looking outside. From what I understand.
Yeah, landscape architect can't go for another commitment or send somebody else. I mean, it's not to discuss the evidence.
No.
And so,
Okay. I just wanted to confirm, obviously I've got the itinerary before me. Hopefully everyone, Mr. Palmer, I don't know if you've seen it yourself, this document that was produced by the party, just to confirm the route to be taken or the features to be looked at.
Certainly likely to look at Locker Road and near the Staggard Junction. So.
Yeah, well, I'll be, as we did confirmed earlier in the inquiry, I'll be doing the highways related and looking at traffic impact and parking on my unaccompanied visit in a couple of weeks. So this will be more focused on the site itself, looking at the actual visual impacts and things.
Royal Hill Road, aren't you?
Yes, yeah. We'll walk up Royal, yes, I will do, between the two. And then a footpath across the northern side and the southern side, and then down from Brookfield Farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the ideal route. Yes, please, yeah. Would you want to come along?
Oh, yes, certainly, sir. So you plan to be there at
5:15, yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other interested parties who would like to attend the visit this afternoon? Anyone in the room? Not aware.
yeah, I mean, traffic's, let's say, about 8 minutes.
Okay.
So 5:15.
5:15, I think, yeah. Could we confirm who will be attending for the respective parties, please? Okay. Yep. Thank you. And Miss Ellison's, Miss Civita. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. The one thing I was just going to confirm, actually, it says on the itinerary access to the site ? Am I able to actually set foot onto the site itself, do a walkover? Yeah. There's no limitations in. Okay. I don't know if there's. I don't necessarily need to set foot in every single parcel of land, but I would like some brief walk over if possible, and I'm happy to walk in fields with horses. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I've already confirmed to Mr. Palmer and everyone else the highways related and parking things will be something I'll be looking at in my own time in a couple of weeks' time. That's fine. Okay. And I was going to ask, are there any other locations that anyone was interested in me looking at today?
I don't think there's any long distance views that people want you to see. I haven't read anything about that.
No. Okay. Proceed on that basis, that's fine. And to confirm, obviously, we're only talking about, if anyone wants to raise anything on the site, it's related to pointing out physical features. There's no discussion of merits on the site, so I'm going to adjourn the inquiry, in a second. then we'll reopen again 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for the round tables. Okay?
Yep.
And while I'm here, I was going to ask just for a bit of an understanding in terms of what sort of length of adjournment there might need to be after planning conditions and the obligation in terms of closing submissions. Is something quite a short gap in terms of that? Or is it,
But not asked for 2 weeks because we're always having a discussion.
For submissions.
Discussion for the closing submissions.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant section 106.
no, sorry, the closing submission. I meant,
I usually ask for 2 weeks and don't, and don't get it. No. I mean, I would just run straight on.
Went straight in.
Yeah, we'll be doing.
I'll be going first.
yeah.
And unless something arises in the conditions session that I feel needs to be commented on in the written closing,
Yeah.
I'm anticipating that my closing will be printed during the conditions session.
Okay. But in any event, it will be a short adjournment if there's anything necessary. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be done by lunchtime.
Okay. Good. Okay. I'll adjourn the inquiry and see those who are going on the site visit in a short time and see the rest of you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you.